We are live! Hi, everybody! Ray, good to glad to have you. Tracy, good to glad to have you. Penny, good to glad to have you. Neray, good to glad to have you. Des, good to glad to have you. Bremble, good to glad to have you. Deathberry, good to glad to have you. Sarah, good to glad to have you. Ryan, good to glad to have you. V, good to glad to have you. Grape, good to glad to have you. Hi, everybody! Light, good to glad to have you. Yukio, good to glad to have you. Chrissy, good to glad to have you. Hello, everybody. How are you all doing? It's been a bit of time. I've had a bit of some of those lovely health problems, to the point with, one, I will be moving in a bit, and so obviously the room's a bit different, but also I needed my bed in the same room as my computer, because it was a bit of a pain to move around. Levi, good to glad to have you. How are you all doing? I missed you oh so ever dearly. Pam, good to glad to have you. How's my audio? How's my everything? I guess we need to make sure that everything's going all good. Also, say hi to this little guy. This is Plush Sticks. Hello. He is now my goblin companion who will be joining me for every stream. Game is a bit loud? Cool. We'll adjust it. Okay. And my audio seems okay. I'll move this a bit closer just to make sure that that's... How's gain? Well, that's weird. You're all the way up anyways. Okay, let me know if I'm peaking a bit or anything with my audio. Obviously the camera's a little bit probably in need of adjustment too, but nah. We'll do good. Audio's good? Okay, voice could be louder. I don't know that I can make my voice louder without starting to have some real peaking issues, but I also may just need to raise my voice. That was your that was your game, Grape. Okay, well, we'll adjust it on the fly. Let me catch up on all what you guys are saying. I'm a robot. Tracy, you're not a robot. You're one of the most human people I know. Life forms, you tiny little life form. Being a robot would make things a lot easier. Oh, Neray, is everybody going through a bit of a time? Is everybody having having a bit? I've been nearing too much. Yeah, Ray, you've been Ray, for those who don't know, Ray's been on a huge near kick and played all through all the near games. Oh, look at you guys. We got a Brooke, we got Althea, we got a Ryan. I hope everyone's been doing good this past while, and I hope everyone is having a great day. I can't admit to having a good past while, Deathberry, but I'm having a better day, and I'm having a better day for your well wishes, so thank you very kindly. Hey V, howdy y'all. We back, Ryan, we back. Good afternoon. Hey, good to see you. Good to see you too, Levi. And I'm sorry you're having some suffering from depression. It's no fun. It's no fun how it just keeps sapping at all the things. So hopefully this will provide some entertainment, and at the very least, it's a minor distraction. Hello, Elioaux. Been doing all right here. Good. I'm glad you're doing good, Death. I'm glad Death is doing good. Elioaux. I got a Honkai Star Rail in the war. Yukio, are you gonna now regale us on the like finer points of the warp instead of what was it, Jujutsu Kaisen lore? Sound level could be a touch higher. Okay, let me know if I need to keep pumping sound. So cute. Voice could be louder. I want Gabi plush. Wrestling with my PC at the moment. For some reason, Windows randomly lost its activation key and Office won't work. Oh, honestly, that's why I switched off of Office. Yeah, okay, I can't boost my voice any louder. So this is the loudest my voice is gonna go, but I can try to lower desktop audio if necessary. We've all been going through it. Hey, at least we're doing it together. It's okay, it is what it is. It is what it is, but definitely at the same time, you know, let's do what we can to help each other out. Oh, I see it's a Dane mini. I see someone purchased a pre-order. Been alright these past days, can't complain, except it's been ungodly hot this past week. Apparently, it's a lot of places. Over in New Hampshire, it's been pretty hot, too. I just started Honkai Star Rail, and I have to keep stopping my hand away from buying gems. Ryukio, save your money. Spend it on things you need. Honkai Star Rail is not a need. But yeah, obviously you can join us over here on Crystal Curl at the Tea Tree if you want, but that is not the primary thing we will be doing today. The primary thing we will be doing today is we're going to be going over, all the things I missed while I was gone, so basically the past 2 months. And I have some useful links to do so up here. We will also be, well, no, actually, that's really, I guess the things that I missed, but also kind of going back over everything that we know over Dawntrail if we have the time. The things that have come to mind immediately that are of that ilk are, I have not seen the job action trailer yet, so I'm going to be basically live reacting to that. The most recent live letter I have not watched. I did do the benchmark, but I'll do it again so we can all watch it together. I have not looked at the Dawntrail website just came out, and then that Maps and Races is just kind of going back over things that we already know to exist. So, does anyone have any, things that they think I may have missed that I also need to hit on? Or B, what do you guys want to start with? Because we've got a whole heaping host. I mean, arguably, we should probably do the live letter since the job action trailer will be in the live letter. So... And they also I heard they talked about the context for the different jobs. Yeah. Okay, and I'm gonna turn off my game audio because one of the things I want to do before we start is also just do a watch of the Dawntrail trailer. You know what? Actually, this will be a good test too. Let me know if I need to turn up the volume or turn it down. Updated benchmark is out Monday, so expect a new video and archived Monday evening. Sounds good, right? Dawntrail benchmark 2.0, a benchmark report. Yeah. But what if I need a robot cowboy, Elioaux? Yukio, I don't think you need a robot cowboy. No, a real life cowboy. That I could get behind. Yeah, Yukio, I had to keep away from gacha games, was developing an addiction to Dissidia, Opera Omnia back in the day. Yeah, and Opera Omnia, the Square Enix gachas are not the worst, but they ain't good. Des, good to see, glad to have you. How you doing, man? Filling out my... Filling fell out in dents today. Turns out I need some crowns. 3,000 bucks. Gotta wait to see if insurance will cover it. Job can't help me since I'm not full time, despite the fact they work me almost full time. I can't carry your insurance for you, but I can carry you. So hopefully this stream provides some distraction for the extreme pain I'm sure you were suffering from. Lore, good to glad to have you. Thank you. I am glad to be back. And I'm also a little bit riding high on the fact that I'm doing a stream right now, so this is probably the most amount of energy I've had in the better part of 2 months. I've been more of a mummy wrapped in blanket. Or, what's a PC version of what I want to say? A pop rock on a stick. Speaking of reacting, one of the streamer duos that I watched that's on Curl watched a couple of your short story reads and he was really impressed by them. Yes! Awesome. I need to go back and do more of those, and I'll either maybe work with V or Ray around this because I love doing those because it's the amount of effort we put into them is so unnecessary, but I'm very proud of all the work that we've done together. I got addicted to Fire Emblem Heroes. That was the time. Yeah. Turns out, don't play gachas. The only gacha I will somewhat defend is Genshin, and not because it's not predatory, but because you can have such a meaningful experience in that game actually free to play and spending no money, and also that if you buy like the battle pass thing that they do, it's like actually a really fair deal for $5. So it's like, it's not that Genshin isn't a gacha and that gachas kind of inherently cannot escape being scummy, but of them, Genshin's probably the one I would most... Genshin and Arknights. Arknights was actually pretty good, too. Blankly Gremlins always help make one feel better, yeah. End up in urgent care the other week in a bad sinus headache. Des, my friend, take care of yourself. Been understaffed at work. I got some dill pickle flavored Frank's Red Hot, so that's good. Take everyone you can, right? Okay, let's go ahead and let's watch the full Dawntrail trailer to get back in the swing of things before we do anything else. And let me know if I need to adjust the audio.
Blue seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities.
I haven't listened to this in like 2 months and I still remember all the lines.
I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Enjoying yourself? for a change?
Trailer audio low? Perfect. Thank you. Let me know if it's too loud. Hammerjaw!
Come now. There's no cause for panic.
So this is Kozumaoka. I wonder if this is the upper section of Kozumaoka.
This one might make for a worthy opponent.
No, Estinian, don't. You have so much to live for. Ooh, Jaja. Also, half the reason I'm saying these names are so I remember. There's the Viper. I love this part of the song.
Might you have a moment to speak further?
They use a version of it in the Urkopacha map, or at least for the reveal for the Hrothgals. Okay, who's more excited for Viper and who's more excited for Pictomancer? Ah, the boy with the Takotia, baby. And now I got his staff, too, in the back. I made his other staff. She's so happy. If that's not the limit break, I revolt. Picto Disney Channel meme. Shallow. Was it? Is that Shallow? Shallow further out. I guess that should be Shallow.
Look, my friends. Behold the scene of our next great adventure.
You and your adventures. I trust you have not forgotten the true purpose of our voyage.
At last we are come to the land you call the New World. My home. Tural.
There's the girl. I'm glad. I'm excited. Past couple, yeah, I'm glad. I'm very excited. Let's catch up on you guys. Oh no, it's really neck and neck for you guys. Pictomancer versus Viper. Mainly Pictomancer, but only 56 to 44. Interesting. Why are they called Mammal Jaw if they look cold-blooded? So excited for Viper, Mammal Jaw, Picto all the way, Pictomancer. Barely care about Viper at all. Both are good. I mean, that's the best way, right, Deathberry? The thing is, I'm such a tank main that like I know I'm gonna level and play them, but I like don't know even how much necessarily how much I'll play them just because they're DPS. Beastmaster. I mean, Beastmaster is going to be a good... limited jobs are a whole different time, but like obviously I'm very excited for Beastmaster. Have they announced anything more for Beastmaster since in the past like 2 months? Is this just the Dawntrail? Okay, sweet. I'm gonna set this as the background music while we look at the site real quick. I just want to see if there's anything immediately. I don't know if you guys know this, but Soken and the Primals make good music. Okay, we'll go through this in detail after I think we do the live letter. Look at the description for the Arcadian. Okay, I'll at least do that. What would that be under gameplay? Here at the Arcadian, you'll find grand spectacle unlike any other. The realm's greatest fighters pit fist against fist and magic against magic, putting their lives on the line as crowds howl and clamor, each clash more visceral than last. Step into the arena if you dare, and either rise to become champion or fall forever in ignominy. Oh, that's cool! It's a fucking future cyberpunk Coliseum battle royale. That's awesome. Denny, Vimkey, good to have you. Yeah, don't expect anything about Beast until 7.3. Yeah, X series. Yeah, that they always said it was going to be patches. So Planet Hulk Coliseum. Yeah, basically. Are we getting our tournament arc in our beach episode? Yeah, basically, it seems like it. Like if you don't have fun in Italy, though. Yeah. Oh, this is sad. I'll have to wait a week to play this. Oh, you have to wait for a bit, yeah. Changes in static took war from me, so I'm probably going Paladin main. I mean, Paladin's the best tank, so, you know. I should be trying to step on my vacation. Is it just me, or does Wuklamot sound different in the trailer compared to 6.55? I mean, I don't really think so, Chrissy, but I would point out that, like, if, like, some of the other characters sound, like, really particular in a way that they don't, in their vocal direction in the game. Like some of the characters in Shadowbringers, before Shadowbringers came out, like their Shadowbringers incarnation didn't quite, sounded slightly different than their incarnations in Stormblood and then Heavensward. So I would say that it's probably more down to that. And once we see a lot of Wuklamot's vocal performance, it's also possible that they were just recorded at a large time apart, so the actual like vocal direction did change a little bit. I don't know. Warrior Blaze aged, but the twins never grow up. Yeah. I was looking forward more to Viper till the job action video came out. Well, we'll have to get to that. I also might have been playing a bit of Hades 2, Gestures to Current Glint. Yeah, make sure you have a good time, fun time on your vacation though, right? If I don't have fun in Italy, I'm thoroughly broken. Tournament Arc 2.0 Omega was already one, kind of. You're right, Crepe, in that it is literally a pitting against, but it's like the problem with the Omega is that it's like like you're fighting for your life. It's not the fun tournament arc. It's the like existential, like thrown into omnipotent god pitting us against each other arc. It's the Dissidia arc. Card games on Chocobos. I mean, Triple Triad on Chocobo would be pretty fun. I think about one in Ninjago Beach turned into a battle royale halfway in progress as planned. A nice change from the common tournament arc. Huh. Interesting then. Trailer was probably really early voice direction. Yeah, almost certainly, Levi, because they were the. Although the problem is that a lot of times, well, no, they're recorded. So the was 5.3. Yeah, the first recording for the trailer probably was way ahead of 5.55 or 6.55, because that should have been what, at least 10 months. But they also might have done recording sessions. Probably not. You're probably right. You should play the music video for that song. I mean, that's what I just had on. You mean, is there like a specific thing that they show? Wait, is that Koji? Okay, wait. Okay, they're all on a beach. Okay, they're... Okay, don't lie, we all want to wake up like this. Do you breathe fire? Oh, no. Okay. I want to see Koji screaming at a kid, goddammit. Oh, I'm so mad I wasn't doing enough content at the time that moon came out. That was a moon thing that they sent out to a bunch of content creators during Endwalker. I still desperately want one of those. Thanks, Taco. I need Koji. I wonder if we'll see the Nazca. I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't, Dez. Like something that's Nazca line adjacent. Oh, and we actually got the name. Okay, it's Open Sky is the name. Okay. Shall we start the live letter then? Because I think that's probably the biggest thing to hit on. Oh, she's the daughter of one of them? Koji maybe? I know Koji has a child, so that would make sense. And also it would make sitting in bed with them singing next to them a little less creepy. Is that what the British call a taco? I mean, that was a taco. It was a very, like, LA-y taco. Actually, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds, like, Japan, when, specifically the Tokyo cuisine, every time I've gotten a meal there, the times I've gotten a meal there, it's been an amazing version of that meal, but it's always slightly off. Like, it's not, like, what you're used to assuming the thing is. I'm in LA. Oh, I'm not saying LA doesn't have much better tacos. I'm saying that, like, that reminds me of, like, the random ass taco stands that, at least tacos that I've seen in LA. US pronunciation, taco. UK pronunciation. I don't know the phonetic alphabet. Taco? I say the A and I just want to do, like, Aether. Most important question, will we finally get a proper cowboy country western glam in Dawntrail? I mean, to be fair, we're not exactly, like, lacking in them, but look, there's literally trains. We're getting in. If Shallow does not have some kind of cowboy glam, they've messed up.
We'd like to confirm.
Oh, they have Mountain Dew in the background.
And then,
actually, to go on a quick slight tangent, I currently have 1,900 points, and I'm halfway to getting the t-shirt. If you don't know, there's a Mountain Dew campaign going on right now. If you get codes, you can get mounts and stuff in 14. Although I think it's NA only. So sorry to all my UU counterparts. But also, if you drink Mountain Dew and you don't care about the codes, you can always sacrifice them to me. Just a thought.
担当ということで。
Okay, it was I me
お願いします。
who translated this. They told me that there was a that. Okay, they're opening with job action. Okay, so let's take a second to pause because I'm gonna have to pay attention for a second. Okay, all of you who main jobs in here, because obviously I've played all the jobs, but all of you who main jobs in here, like if you main a bard or whatever, please share your like feelings and vibes. Also, Canes, I don't think I said good to see, glad to have you. Good to see, glad to have you. Also, to anyone in chat who is not a talker, good to see, glad to have you. Elioaux, as Lore Knight, how do you feel about Fantasia and Mountain Dew is now canon to 14? I mean, Mountain Dew just sounds like a drink that absolutely would exist in 14. And to be frank, soda is not really problematically canonical. In fact, it makes so much sense that someone would effectively invented a drink like soda. So I don't find Mountain Dew to be... Also, are all items canon? That's of questionable canonicity, right? Like, there are some items that are not really considered canon, including from, like, events. So, you know, but let's just say it is. Mountain Dew existing, that's not that weird. Especially the sparkling citrus drink. I don't think that's weird at all. And then Fantasia being canon? I mean, Fantasia's always been canon. My personal favorite, though, answer, Koji Fox, I think this was a long time ago. This might have been during, like, Stormblood or something. His answer for how Fantasia works is that within the confines of the universe, it doesn't actually change your body. It just changes how you see yourself, and everyone. It's effectively, and everyone sees you. It's effectively a glamour, which is, I think is an interesting interpretation of it. Oblivion, good to see, glad to have you. Honestly, Shallow-Ani very much reminds me of the Southwest aesthetic. I mean, Shallow-Ani is just New Mexico. Like, really. Should have collabed with Fanta, but that would have been fun. Okay, let's start this, and I will get your guys' opinions as we go. Oh, god damn it, now Raven's got me wanting Jobstone Steed. Hey, Urko Pacha. Okay, we got Viper. Oh, I want to make a case like that to hold Jobstones in. That's gorgeous. Okay, Dragoon. They said it was getting a like pseudo rework, so let's see. I don't play Dragoon a ton. It's not one of my favorite DPS. I've leveled everything to 90 now, so or most of it now twice. I mean, still doing long combos. It doesn't feel like it's that different. There's your Gear Squiggle. Are you still ending on that? No? Okay, there we go. New finisher. Ah, come on, my boy! Best job. I'm not biased. You're biased. Okay. Holy Spirit. Intervention. Wait. Sorry, we're going to be spending time on this. Oh, I know which one. I always forget the animation. Okay, main combo. AoE. Holy Sheltron. I think that was just Rampart. That might have been what it was. That or Bulwark. Clemency. Oh, that's new. Passage. Oh, wait, that's interesting. Oh, no, because it was attacking. I was going to say, is that giving a debuff? Okay, you've got your Confiteor, Blades. Okay, now there's a fourth blade. Interesting. Pretty boring, but... Oh yeah, this I bet this is the new battle music, I'm sure of it. Wonga wonga, me hit hard. Now me hit harder. Let me guess. They gave you Fell Cleave, but they did like the blade. They turned Fell Cleave into basically Blades of Valor. No, okay, it's different. There's in-betweens. Okay, no, they did just they turned the end of it into Blades of Valor. I mean, that's... Oh, okay, ass changes. I had heard a little bit of the rumblings of the changes. Okay, now it's, what is it, 4 and 4, and you get 4... The in-betweens are mitigation. Mm. Oh, that's cool. I love it when they use more of the 12 stuff. Because right now, the ass only really has one spell that has the 12 iconography around it. Well, that's cool. Ass is... Well, is Ass technically my least favorite killer? I think it's... Scholar was for the longest time, but I play so much Scholar in PvP, I now have a fondness for it, at least. It was a follow-up to a Primal Rend. Yeah. Oh, Dancer. Come on. Wait. That wasn't Dance Partner, right? That was that a buff? Was that just a ranged buff? How much can you tell that I like play with my animations turned like all the way down so that I don't for less visual noise? It was Dance Partner. Okay, thanks, Tracy. I do not profess to be one of my strengths being an expert in all the different jobs and their animations and pros and cons. Ooh, Reaper. Show me what show me. It's always interesting when the last expansion jobs get updates. There's almost always something really zesty. Okay, third in the... Do you give it? I'm very excited for them to actually break down the like specific additions. I can't say I'm surprised, but in looking at this, the changes for almost everything seem very iterative. There doesn't seem to be a lot of shift in any real direction. It seems like ever since Endwalker, but like Shadowbringers and Endwalker, they really feel like they've like hit the stride of what they want to do. Also, I need to go back real quick because I just want to look at the maps for each one. Okay, so this is up in Urkopacha. This is up in the Broken City on the cliff in Urkopacha. This is in Shaloani. If I'm not mistaken, that's the other end of the bridge that leads to Tuliolal. This is the gate design that's used in Tuliolal as well. I think this is the town, and this is the bridge. So I was right, in the CG trailer, you do see on the outside side of the bridge directly is Shaloani. Which also just makes sense geographically. Chris, good to see you, glad to have you. Raven, good to see you, glad to have you. AC, good to see you, glad to have you. Hydra, good to see you, glad to have you. Okay, and then this is just Kozumauka. And this is the lower section, I believe. It might be the up. I think I can't tell with Kozumauka if there's like change in elevations, because like this is the lower area that's like with the villages and stuff. I think so. I'm pretty sure this is the lower area. This is Urkopacha as well, based off of the mountains and the shrubs and the building and the ruins. But I don't know where in Urkopacha this is. Can you tell I spent a lot of time thinking about these maps? Okay, this is also Kozumauka. This is what is probably a Hanu village. based off of the every like coloring and stuff, but it may just be a general village. Reaper? This is in Hydaelyn. This is the like barren wasteland between the two sides of Hydaelyn. Well, that's interesting. I don't know that we ever saw skeletons before. Yeah, the moon does look really good. This is, see, okay, so I'm definitely right about this. So this is Shalloani, and that is the bridge. So we were, the other one we were over here, and that we were in the, near the basically the cowboy town for the people who are the miners, and this is near like the native town area. So this is probably, depending on how you think about the orientation, this bridge is south, so that would mean that this is probably what would be on the west side of the map. But right now we're like facing south, so north is behind us. So this is west, and this should be east. Okay, right, job action trailer. Red mage, focus. Oh, interesting. The spender's now 50. I think Dest mentioned that. I can't believe the job action trailer is playing right in front of me, and all I can think about is the maps. I have a problem. I have a sickness. I have a geography sickness. Yeah, red mage still glare mage. Machinist. Okay, this is Shalloani as well. So this is further north. So the last one was over here, basically. That's the bridge. Hey, the buzzsaw's still around. You know, I wonder if part of the reason why there's also some, like, more iterative changes and additions comes from the fact that, in part, we saw actually some changes to jobs during patches. Like, we saw things like Machinist Tactician came around during the patches, right? And, you know, Paladin had a soft rework during the patches. Yeah, I do. AC, I do personally. I know almost nothing about him, but I think if I had to pick a job, there's no question I would pick Machinist for Kalana, just even from his outfit. Well, assuming that's him. Okay, so this is also Kozumaoka. Okay, so we've seen Hydaelyn, Kozumaoka, Shalloani, Urkopacha. We haven't seen Heritage Found, or whatever, obviously, the final map is. Napalm shot, yeah. Not to get off topic, but it's remarkably easy to make napalm with a styrofoam cup, and that scares me. I mean, it's not... yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at the new ninja gauge, and I'm liking it. So did they get rid of Huton? And you're basically now... That gives you so much more breathing room. Like, you still... I feel like a lot of the changes, and I saw this with Paladin, is that they really... I feel like there's now still rotations, but there's more room. There's some more breathing room to, like, adapt. Styrofoam combined with gasoline, simple but terrifying. Yeah. Heading home now. We'll jump back in. Sounds good, Raven. Elioaux out here. Hey, I don't play Machinist. The Machinist. Ooh, okay, Sage. Sage, Sage is my favorite healer. Ray, I saw you say you're playing Sage. You're gonna play Sage for Dawntrail. Sage is, hands down, Sage is the most fun healer. Does anybody want to fight me on that? Sage feels so fucking good. That's new. That's new, right? I'm not crazy. Also, giving Sage more close range options, I think, is fucking awesome, because it means that there's more, like, knowing the fight gives you a lot of... Knowing the fight and knowing when to take your risky moves so you can go in and hit stuff is... that's a good idea. I definitely know how to play. Of course they pick Lalafels. Oh, interesting. What's the white mage here for? What is this new... Yes, because what they needed was a goddamn another elements to their fucking thing. I mean, it's very Sage. Or very, very Black Mage. Okay, what are you going to do with the ley lines? You're going to do something with the ley lines. I swear to God, does this make anybody else think of, like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Lynx cards? Oh, they did it. They gave you a ley line shift. If that's not a level 100 skill, a lot of old content's gonna get a lot easier. Black Mage adjust. Okay. Maybe I'll play some more Black Mage. Oh, but I still hate cast bars. I'm not gonna play Black Mage. There's a reason I play Summoner. And there's a reason that I hate Ifrit mode the most. Ooh, okay. I'm gonna have no context for any of this. Oh, an AoE dot with Eucrasia die... Scarasia, apparently. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm not surprised, Hydra. Ooh, I love the... Okay, I wanna go back. Okay. Yak to L. Oh, hey, okay, sorry. We do it. Sage is on Heritage Found. Okay, so we've seen 5 of 6. And we won't see anything about 6, because they always keep 6 secret. So is this in Tulio Lal, or is this the opposite end in Shallow Ani, I wonder? Do these fillers adjust this? Okay, charged red and blue. Spent. Can you charge it red and red? Interesting, but it's left side focus. Clearly building Meteor makes sense. Okay, filled 3 charge. Okay, so these do fill up. So you got 30 seconds. You go into your crazy bitchin' mode. Okay, but it's not spending that. So what's the spender for that? What's the spender for that? Okay, so wait. Is this not a spender? Interesting. Oh, the can's blocking the job on you on that. Well, you guys have probably seen it. But here, I can go back. So if you see, you've got the you've got the blue here, and that even when you go into your blue form, you got 30 seconds to spend all this, right? But you're not spending any of this. But clearly this is probably powering this somehow. But this goes up, but it's not even at max, and you still have this. I mean, I'm sure they'll talk about it later on, so speculating up, I think, isn't really a good use of time. Looks like a job that greatly favors low ping. As an EU player on NA, DC is going to be a thing. Yeah. Though, to be fair, it's good that there is a job that's like that. I think that having variety of jobs that of different ilks, and machinist in some ways has become less and less that. In some ways more that, but still, like, it's not... I don't think its identity is the low ping job. I think there's just... having low ping can help you get off a third. Okay, you got your bell, you got your lilies. Mitigation option, okay. Also a water spell. Nothing fancy. Spending your wings. They gave him Icarus. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Honestly, good. Give everyone more mobility. Make combat more mobile. Fuck it. Give everyone a dodge roll. A job flavored dodge roll. Also, this is probably Kozumaoka because you can see the moblin, the Spanish goblin homes. ¿Qué pasa? Okay, Urkopacha again. Monk. Oh, okay. New. Oh, please tell me this lights up when he punches. Tier 1, tier 3. Yeah! Okay. Okay, wait. So now if he does it in a different order. Curl 1. Interesting. There's like charge. Okay, so is that kind of it's naturally directing you what to hit because of the. Interesting. I'm sure they'll talk about the UI element in general, but I think that's if that's what I think it is, I'm very excited. Also, is that a Hrothgale monk? Dark Knight, let's go. Where is this? I think it's Shaloani, but I don't know because it's got the train. Maybe it's no. I think it might just be Heritage Found based off of the sky. Okay, no new bar. Pretty much the same so far. It looks like Dark Arts. Ooh, what was that? They changed one of the Dark Knight's mitigations to have like the Dark Knight version of Holy Shot. Are those Darkness Wings? Oh, okay, that's pretty sick. That's some style. Monk ranged attack. Never thought I'd see the day. I am not equipped to know jack shit about Bard. I have learned how to play Bard multiple times. I have leveled it to 90 almost twice now. But I did it through basically side quests fulfillment. That is a pretty good bow, yeah. Pain. Aegis Bowed. Army's Pain. Definitely not Gilgamesh from Fate's Day Night. Ooh, that's new. Fucking finishing the compose and bringing down the thunder. Ooh, okay, Summoner, let's go. Oh, hey, Heritage Found. Okay, Phoenix. Pretty straightforward. Okay, what are you gonna change about the TikTok? That was a lot of OGCDs. Okay, Ifrit. Still slow to cast. Titan comes in with his big booty. Is them casting damage when they come in new, or has that always happened and I've just been ignorant? Oh? Oh, new Bahamut. Motherfucker with swords. I'm curious how the... If that is Bahamut, I have so many questions about the genesis of this incarnation. Solar Bahamut? I have so many questions from a lore standpoint. They talk about it later? Okay, good. Thanks, Levi. Ooh, what's this motherfucker? Surprise! They took away the stickers. Also, we're in Kozumaoka again. Okay, well, I double cast. That's already a thing. Okay, mitigation. Oh, wait! Please tell me... Oh, please tell me the way that works that if you mitigate appropriately, you get Kenki. Please make me want to play Samurai more, because, like, anything that gives rewards you for proactive, like, mitigation or use of tools. Oh. Okay, Scholar. What are you gonna do? Turn me into a fairy? Okay, I am deadass still trying to figure out where this map is. Based on the buildings, I think it's supposed to be Shaloani, but I have no idea where. Because, like, it's... yeah. Magical Girl Scholar. Okay, building bar, you're doing mitigation. Also, I just point out that for the tanks, when they need to show... Okay, yeah, okay. Actually, they did just turn you into the fairy. What is this, the third season of Digimon? That was the third season, right? Yeah, straight up, Tam. Okay, Picto, let's go. Moogle Palm, Mallet, Star Shower, Makes. Okay, building ink to cast the palm. Then you paint into wings. Okay, this is... Okay, so these are your options, and from those options you can pick which ones you're gonna paint, and those go into, what, the tab? Or no, because the hammer went off immediately, but the palm went into the tab. So is it that some things are an auto-use and some things are a combo? So palm, wing, paw. Okay, that Star Shower created a regenerative zone, so they are treating Pictomancer as like a support caster. I bet you they're gonna get rid of Summoner's Res then, for sure. Because then they're gonna treat Red Mage and Pictos as like the support casters, and Summoner and Black Mage as like the damage casters. Okay, I'm fascinated to see more about that. Painted Ice, Earth, Lightning. Okay, Gunbreaker, show me what you got. Oh yeah, I just mean at some point, Levi, I bet they're gonna get rid of it. I don't want to call the showing so far underwhelming, and maybe I've just become jaded because I've seen so many job action trailers. I mean, so many. I've seen like 3. But like, so far there's not a lot of WoW. And I don't know that I mind that. Honestly, an iterative is perfectly fine for me. Like, it'll still be, I don't need the jobs to be boldly changed at all. But I'm surprised that there's been no WoW, like, any job has had, like, at least one job has, like, a, you know, a bit of a WoW. Considering Pictomancer is using elements, does it technically make an FFXIV shaman? Depends on how you want to define it. It definitely depends on how you want to define it. I would say as far as 14 goes, Blue Mage or Pictomancer would be what you would consider a shaman. Yeah. Ooh, they showed off the new trail. Oh, the new. Ah. Who's ready to get real tired of that real fast? Just like every expansion. I still miss the days of home. I actually really like this. This is cute.
皆さんこんばんは。第81回ファイナルファンタジー14プロデューサーレターライブをお送りいたします。Hi everyone, welcome to Final Fantasy 14 letter from the producer live number 81st. Please introduce yourself, please. 皆さんご挨拶。
Yeah, I'm not tired of the current intro screen. Also, I will remind everyone that if you want to see old intro screens, all you have to do is select the trailers on the start screen when you log in, watch the trailer, or start the trailer and then exit out of it, and it will change your login screen to that expansion. So if you want to see a Realm Reborn, Heaven's Word, and what that login screen was like, anyone can see it at any time.
皆さんこんばんは。ファイナルファンタジー14プロデューサー兼ディレクターの吉田。
I think you guys won't mind if we skip forward a little bit. Taimi, Foxconn, and Yoshi
Today's
P.
main speaker is Yoshida-san, as always. メインでしゃべはい、で、時訳しは思います。I something.
ドル画面がエスケープキーを押して動画をスキップしてものエスケープを押しているっていうね。もうみんな疲れているのよ。面白い。
We wanted to start off right after the trailer with the title screen of Dawntrail, and we had our staff like ready in the back, and all he needed to do was hit the escape key, but unfortunately he was looking at the wrong keyboard, and so you could hear him in the background. It's like,
Yeah, actually.
Oh no, poor guy.
And then it was swapped. I mean,
That's a
it was different
terrible
setup during,
feeling.
From the rehearsal, actually. Yeah. So テーブルの上にですね、彼のことをね若干フォローしますと。
Yeah,
テーブルの上に
it's not a permanent change.
実機が
Just you know, if you changed the start screen, it's only for that time that you logged in. Never got tired of the Endwalker start screen, but I remember changing the Shadowbringer one. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see which ones are which people's favorites in the long run. Yes, I got to see some Stormblood love, and yeah, and sorry if I'm not responding to everyone's all of y'all in chat. It's lovely. I can't tell you how lovely it is to have human interaction, even if it's, you know, this so, you know, not face to face, but I just know that this is 5 hours long. I guess only really 4 hours from here, and I know, and we're already an hour into the stream, so you know, we all know my penchant for talking to you guys more than actually playing the game or watching the thing.
だってそのさ、俺ジョブのさ、新ジョブ使うのにさ、
I don't take tangents, you take
いろいろコマンド打
tangents.
ちたいのにさ、すごい遠くにキーボードあって、いやこっちもいいんでしょって入れ替えて
Also, how's volume of them talking versus me talking? If I'm talking over them, is it like
oh, it
chaos?
must have been.
Do I need
You
to
should,
bump
move
them
the
up or bump me
keyboard,
up?
Because he wanted to check also the actions on the actual gaming machine, so shoot, that might have contributed.
みんなが罠だって言ってますよ。That's a trap.
Sounds fine.
No. さあというわけで、
はい
まあ今日は基本的には最新のジョブ、まあ 7.0 のジョブ関連のお話をお願いします。
Just talking about the job action
Of
trailer.
course, today we will be talking about the job updates that will be made in 7.0 Dawntrail. But of course, we will be touching upon other things as well. So it might be a long broadcast, but yeah, it would be great if you could stick around.
今日は早速冒頭動画から始まりましたけど、皆さんいかがでしたか？
そうですね。
So we kicked off with the job
I also like plush sticks, my emotional support
today.
Gabi.
So how did you like it? 気になりましたね。
For everybody's
あ、
kind of wondering
アメー
what's
ジングって言って
going
くれて
on.
Are we all in universal agreement that the job action trailer was good but slightly underwhelming? Does anyone dissent to that? I feel that there you go, buddy.
Oh, amazing. Thank you.
Beautiful mountains.
皆さん楽しんでいただけたようでよかった。
まあ割と今回は本当プレイヤーの皆さんのフィードバックをまあできる限りこう調査と進化の確定
We tried.
になりますみたいなことはないと思います。
So with this time around, we tried to listen to the player feedback that we received, try to implement where we can, made adjustments and things like that, trying to address any pain points that we may have noticed. And so I feel like we just kind of transitioned and advanced as we were kind of like on a trajectory. So I'm hoping that we don't have to go into such detailed explanation of this change to that and this goes over there, and it won't take like
Yeah.
6 hours.
疑ってますね。コメントでいっぱい本当
So you can't judge?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
just the thing is, you don't have to compare it to past examples, Femke. The thing is, like, just like what was your impression of it, even if it was your first? Because here's the thing that, like, from A Realm Reborn to Heavensward, there were a lot of major changes. From Heavensward to Stormblood, there were quite a few major changes. From Stormblood to Shadowbringers, there were some jobs had major changes, but there was like they were starting to run in a groove. Shadowbringers Endwalker was mostly iterative. It was big steps forward for some jobs, but it was mainly an iteration. And then Dawntrail, starting around Shadowbringers, they started to nail, in their opinion at least, it seems like the general fundamental structure of the game. And so I would be surprised if, like, from now on, all expansions aren't somewhat iterative, except for when a job needs a full rework, basically. To be honest, 14 gameplay doesn't really look fun to watch. Never expected anything from the trailer. Them talking is the interesting stuff. That's fair, Crape. That's fair.
持たないよマジで。持たない
In a vacuum, just watching it alone
I don't
is
think we can do
like
6-hour
hard to parse.
broadcasts anymore. Can't last that long.
いやテスト放送で見た
I'm more interested to see if there's any new
とん
hairstyles.
でもないボリュームになってってるので拡張
Oh, also Infinite could go to have you.
マスターね直前最終調整のフィードバックをちょうど終えたところなんですけど、
So I will point out, Hydra, that there actually was quite a big difference between 5.0 and 5.55. But yeah, by the time of 5.55 to 6.0, it was definitely an iteration for sure. But there were jobs like Monk had the 5.3 and stuff. So there were quite a few shifts that happened between 5.0 and the patches as well.
まあなんといってもメディアツアーもスタートしてるので、この裏で。
And Walker just had some really big ones. Yeah, it did have some major hits, yeah, for sure, with Paladin and Summoner.
の仕事と前者のめんどくさいこと以外は何もしてないもんだって。もうね、
Happy Pride Month!
きつい。マジ疲れてるんで。
It's just, I mentioned this in the test broadcast too, but it's just a lot that we're packing into this expansion. And right now we're still doing our final checks before we lock our master build. And so it just provided feedback on some of the checks that we have done.
They were locking master build. Man, Yoshi P's good at his shit, man. The fact that they're locking a master build over a month in advance, I mean, because they're not producing physical copies of the game, so they don't have to go gold with a physical copy. I mean, even with you having to run your checks, I mean, they have a relationship with Sony. I mean, I guess they have the Xbox version stuff, but like, I guess it depends on what their pipeline is for QA done after their master build is locked, or if that's just complete, like, feature
Done.
complete.
And
Or
of course,
depends
we're
on like what the
also
pipeline's
kicking
like.
off our media tour for Dawntrail as well. And then there's also the corporate things going on. And so, man, I am exhausted.
I will say they fixed bugs quickly during launch. So like I remember I got to Ultima Thule on the second day of second or third day of Endwalker being out. I can't remember. I think it was third day because I think I finished in 3 days. I don't remember right at this point, but like I know I've told that story before, but I found one of like the rocks in the Eorzean. The model didn't load in with a texture or anything, so it was just an error block sitting there in the sand.
まあ、あとは前回私やらかしているので、このぐらいのタイミングで行月のフィナーレ2ヶ月2ヶ月じゃねえや2週間今回のかみたいな書かれてましたけど、現時点では大丈夫です。
You didn't want to do that again.
予定通
And of
り
course, people
予定通
may
り
remember.
その予定通りにもうできる限りのクオリティアップをっていうのをやっている最中でござい
Oh,
ます。
he felt so bad during that.
As you may remember, the last time with Endwalker, we opened with an apology that we would have to shift the launch timing by 2 weeks, but this time we should be fine. At this point, I feel like we are good, we are trying to polish and trying to raise the quality as much as possible up to the last minute, so I think we're good.
I will be surprised, short of another pandemic, if he ever has another delayed release.
DDOS の件とベンチマークの件はお知らせしといた方がいいかなと思うので。
And so, I understand that we will be discussing the job updates today, but before we get into that, I did want to address the current DDOS attacks as well as the status update on the benchmark software.
お願いします。で、まずその DDoS を
And of course, with the DDoS attacks, I believe this is the largest scale and length we've been sort of seeing this sort of attack since.
I missed this. How bad was it? And was it just the lodestone or was it the game as well? I'm really hoping they boost the PSI, FPS, zones like Churning Mist and Limsa at peak hours still drop. My FPS for mostly consistent 16 is close to 45. Oh, interesting, Hydra. Interesting. I didn't realize it had that big a hit on the PS5. On the PS4, I wouldn't have been surprised. But
the original Final Fantasy XIV.
まあただスクエアニックスの優秀なインフラチーム
It's still going on? Does anyone know who or what's driving it?
14担当してくれてるインフラチーム何人ももちろんいるんですけど、まあ、24時間交代制でですね、リアルタイム切り替えながら1000人2000人一瞬切断されてしまうみたいなのは起きてはちょっといて、皆さんご迷惑をおかけしてるのでっていうのは素敵なだけいこうと思いますのでさせていただければと思います。
Of course, although it is the largest and the longest period we've been receiving these attacks, we do have a very talented infrastructure team in Square Enix, and those who are specifically assigned to Final Fantasy XIV, working very hard to protect us on a 24-hour basis. They swap teams on a rotation. But they've been working really hard to not only work internally, but they also have been working with global vendors to discuss about how we protect protect us from the attacks, trying to switch strategies as needed. But of course, we do see some packets being lost, and there are instances where somewhere upwards of 1,000 to 2,000 people get disconnected at the same time. And so we do.
I wonder what's motivating it. But optimally, it does not happen at all, right? But I will say, if it's going to happen sometime, now might be the best time, because this is probably the lowest when the population's some of the lowest. I mean, again, it shouldn't happen at all.
I apologize for any inconvenience that may have caused, but I am hopeful because we have not seen any sort of critical damage at this point. And so Square Enix will continue to work diligently to protect us from these DDoS attacks. It's quite difficult. I mean, the attacks themselves are quite simple because it's just basically computers that have been hacked throughout the world, and these different packets come flying at our servers. But we are trying our best to apply the countermeasures needed, and we are aware of the situation and are working hard to protect us against it.
まあSNS 等でもですね、
Rumor hat.
まあ一度ね DDoS に関しては結構詳しくどういうものなのかってお伝えしたことも過去あったので、
If that is true, that's such a silly reason to ruin everybody else's time.
みんな頑張ってね防御展開してますんで、引き続き粘り強くいこうと思います。
And of course, I think we have in the past informed you all on the social channels about the DDOS attacks, and so you may be aware of what this kind of situation entails. And I really thank everybody for the comments saying hang in there and encouraging words for us. Our staff members are working hard, and I do hope that they will continue to persevere.
I'll say this is why I wanted to do a catch-up stream, because like I didn't even know about this.
の差し替えというかまあグラフィックスアップデートの状況に関してをちょっとお伝え。
Software and more specifically the graphical update, the graphics update.
まずベンチキャラない環境キャラから。
And so,
sorry that I'm skipping over Yoshi P, but I'm like that'll save us literally like half the time.
Software, and we have released an official statement about this as well, but we have seen issues with the character creation screen and how the environment was not properly implemented to reflect what you will be seeing in the graphical updates. And so I'm afraid when we first released the benchmark software, it was not in its optimal state. As well as the races that are available in character creation, we did receive a lot of feedback on the different elements that are reflective of poor graphical updates, and so we have gone through and sort of reviewed these different feedbacks, make sure that we are addressing what we can. And
people always say like, oh, why should I go on the forums or whatever and say shit? They don't listen, and it's just like, look, they even said with the Dawntrail jobs and saying it here, like the feedback they get goes somewhere. Now, if you want to argue that maybe the JP feedback is more likely to be processed because of the dev team, maybe, but NA feedback has definitely hit them before, and they've shown it.
And in addition to the different bug fixes, we are currently trying to finalize the different adjustments that we are applying.
で、今日も午後1時から2時間ぐらいキャラハンと一緒にこれはあれはって一個ずつやりな。
1 p.m. I had a meeting with the character team to make sure that we're looking at the screen, pointing at the different elements that we're addressing to confirm.
で、なのでちょっと途中経過で、あと皆さんのご意見も聞きたいものがあったので、スクショをちょっと持ってきたので。
Those are I think you definitely should. Elpis eye contacts, I think, is definitely a really cool idea for the collection kit, and I definitely could imagine them putting that in. And then the coils rework. We wanted it, and they actually have now addressed and mentioned it, right? Like Yoshi P at NA FanFest literally said we are considering it, or like thinking about it, basically. I think coils rework now is inevitable. It's just a question of when.
ちょっと見ていこうかなと思います。
And so I wanted to provide not only a status update,
but definitely keep the
but
feedback
wanted
up.
to get everybody's opinion, and so I brought some screenshots for us to look at.
まあとはいえ、まあベンチ
Have a good one, Sarah. Thanks for joining in.
ベンチマークだけの作業をしてるわけじゃなくて、これらのアップデートって全部 7.0 にそのまま適用されていくので。
Of course, we mentioned this will be reflected in the benchmark software, but it's not just for the benchmark software. These graphical updates and the different environmental changes will be reflected to 7.0, the expansion itself. And so it's not a wasteful effort, so to speak.
でしかもこれからもそのベンチぐるぐるもあるので、まあ、しっかりこのタイミングでどのみち 7.0 に向けて皆さんのフィードバックをね入れていくんであれば一緒に入れた方がね効果的ではあるので一生懸命両方頑張ってますと。
And of course, with the benchmark software, I think we can utilize it as well to show off Final Fantasy XIV to, say, PC vendors, if they wanted to have
I was about to
it
say,
in their
yeah,
storefront,
vendors
or have their customers kind of play with character creation. And so it has its use beyond the game itself. So with the feedback that we received on the benchmark software will be reflected not only in that segment, but it'll also apply to the expansion itself, which makes it a collaborative effort for us.
Speaking of this, we'll pull up the benchmark software, the old one, to put on Elioaux in a bit. But how are you guys all feeling about your benchmark characters and how they
では
look?
ちょっとスクリーンショット見ていきましょう。はい。
Okay, so if we have the screenshots ready.
Oh my god! Look how much better that is! Oh my god, okay.
左側、画面に映ってる左側がすみません4月14日に出したベンチマークで、環境がよろしくない、このマップのね、環境ライティングがよろしくない状態で、基本ライティングをもう今調整されてるんですけど、ライトを調整したものが右です。素材はほぼ変わってません。
So what you're looking at on the left side, it's noted that this is from the original release of the benchmark software from April. This is before we adjusted the environmental lighting. And then on the right is what we currently have with.
What's interesting about the old one is that honestly it doesn't look so different from the current game. At least, obviously I can't compare and contrast it directly against the game. That would the big thing to me between all of that, but looking at this, that really tells me that it's the new one more than anything is honestly the leather texture. Like that's the thing that gives it away. But I'm sure if you actually put it straight up against like the actual Miko
adjustments reflected, the character itself is basically unchanged.
いや、本当すいません。これはね。
Lighting is so goddamn important. Literally.
僕も含めて本当に悪かったんですよ。ライトをちゃんとしたらこうなる。
Good to go have you.
本当すいませんでした。
And I really apologize for this happening because it is just a matter of adjusting the lighting. And as you can see, it is a much bigger improvement if we have the proper lighting on the character.
いや、今回改めて見直したらですね、いろいろなんかやっぱこう申請の時に作ったこのいろいろおかしくてですね。なんかここ一応なんか若干の曇り設定になってたんですけど、なぜか雨のパラメータ
Actually hopped into the Discord. I forgot to start the stream event, so I accidentally hopped into the Discord.
And
Ace, how's
when
it
I look
going?
at
Good to go
these
have you.
different elements, I see the remnants of when we kind of hastily put together.
Do you have a problem with Mare Lamentorum, Denny? Because like I think Mare Lamentorum's flat, but it's also beautiful. I mean, it's flat because like that's like how the moon's lit, you know.
The Realm Reborn environment, and there
Single
are
source.
a lot of weird spots that we needed to fix. So previously it was set up so that it's slightly cloudy, but for some reason there's some parameters that note a rainy environment as well. So there's some wetness that can be seen in the character and things like that.
というわけで我々の完全なるミスだったので、本当ちょっとすいません。
That's interesting.
次の版では
And also sounds like ARR jank.
環境を改めて今回のグラフィックスアップデートで皆さんがそのキャラクターを調整したり作ったりするときに、
Oh, you going for the female Frost, Tam?
本
Do it.
当のライティングの
That
いろん
looked
なシチュ
pretty
エーションに
sweet.
近い状態っていうのを作ってみましたので、ぜひこちらでまたご確認いただけたらなと。
Interesting Hydra. I hadn't seen that. Oh, Hellsguard nose marker lighter. That's okay. Interesting.
Replacement version of the benchmark software, and it should have the lighting and the environment updated so that it reflects what you will see in game, and that includes the lighting as well. And so I hope you will stay tuned for the release of the updated version.
で、続いてちょっと待ってね。
Oh, interesting, Danny. Yeah, how they cheat it. Okay, yeah, I see your point. Yeah, they definitely cheat it. Although my understanding is because they're basically just cheating the rotation of the planet, but...
Next, this is the one where I'd like everyone's opinion on. As you can see, it's the Mikote.
Okay, controversial opinion. And I'm curious how you guys feel about this. I feel that they were so worried about accidentally ruining people's characters, that they didn't go far enough, and that they could have gone even farther with the design. Further with modernizing some of the visuals. But to counter that point, I think even with the little bit that they have changed, I mean, like you're saying with the Rogan and nose, right? That had they gone further, people would have been more upset. So I feel like while I feel that way, I'm probably wrong for what would have been the like broader health of people's feelings.
Keeper of the Moon tribe, and
so they maybe were planned. Yeah, true. Fair, Bramble.
Kind of like fangs in their teeth.
Ostensibly, they are lit by the same sun. Yeah. Except for if... I'm trying to think about... No, because you're right. I was trying to think about if the moon exists in geostationary orbit, it would potentially make sense. But, like, that's not the case. So, yeah, you're right.
まあ怖いってやればそうなんですけど、しょうがない口をねちゃんと見せていこうとするとこうなるんですよ。
And I understand it looks kind of scary, but in order for us to show the teeth properly, we have to do this.
でですね、男性も女性もちょっと調整を入れているんですが、
Keeper of the Moon representation.
真ん中のがこの先日4月14日に出たベンチマークの時の
What will they do next? Show a Dusk White Elioaux?
っていうフィードバックをいただいたので、今調整中まさに今日、最新が一番右側の長さなんですけど。
Have a good one, Femke. Thanks for joining in.
あれぐらいでどんなもんですか？
And of course, we're making updates, adjustments to both the male and female Mikote. And the middle version that you see on screen is from the April release version. And there was some feedback about how the canine teeth were kind of like cute on the Mikote, and it looked shorter.
Yeah, they're not as
release. So the one on the
it
picture
needs
on
to
the
be
right
more fangs. They're
shows
meant to be
the
fangs.
latest, like today's version of the update. And I wanted to see what people thought about the length of those canine teeth.
いやでも意外とですね、これね、真ん中がいいっていう方もちらほらコメントではあるんですけど、真ん中だったんです。この前出したやつ。でも短くなったっていうお声が。
Okay, see, the amount of you guys who are upset over like small details proves that Yoshipi was right to be like try to keep things as close to as they were as possible.
I think that the one in the middle is fine, but yeah, the feedback that we received for the length of those canine teeth, it was global. So
maybe this is a dumb, like maybe there's things that inhibit this beyond the ken of what I would think. But honestly, why not just let it be a toggle option? Like, why not have further customization of being able to choose between? I mean, like obviously the problem with that may be that then they may have to redo something else, like cascading effects.
If
but
everybody seems comfortable with the version on the right, I think we're gonna finalize it at that kind of length.
選べるようにしたらいいじゃないで。選べるならね、選べるようにつけるんです。
Some people saying, well, why can't you just make it so that you can choose the length, or when the player can choose the length? But that, I'm afraid we can't do. If we could, we would, but we can't. So.
そして
It's always interesting because Yoshi P will say things when they say they can't, and then the problem is what he's actually saying seems like most of the time is that they can, but it's cost prohibitive because of the amount of workload involved for the amount that is gained from it. I guess my question is why, and if it is just because it's not something that can be it's not already set up to be designated as an optionable thing, and so because of that it has to be a singular thing.
まあこちらは男性側ですね。
Fang lengths and versus. Interesting.
一番右に調整しているので右でよろしいです。
Yeah, those fangs are much better.
FYI, this is the male Mikote, and so again, we're trying to get it to how it looks on the very right.
実はですね、ミコッテのムーンキーパーの特定の顔でですね、剣士が小さくなっているっていうフィードバックをいただいたんですけど、実はこれ
Oh, okay. So you can the mouth types also go with it. Okay.
And
So they
then
are making it.
additional feedback-
Okay, so I think I'm right about what I was saying, is that they can make it associated with an optional variable that already exists, but they just can't make the teeth itself its own variable.
Back on the Mikote,
Okay.
Keeper of the Moon, Key9 Teeth. So there's a certain type 3, 1 or 3, where the canine tooth looks smaller, and there is a. I'm afraid that's how it was set up.
だから左が
Mhm.
口の形1から3の時の剣士の長
That's because
さ
trying
で
to actually fix the
右が
underlying
口の
system
形
for
4を選んだ
choices
時
is would be a
剣士の
nightmare, I'm
長さ
guessing, and
で
just not worth
こ
the
れは実は
time.
もともとデータ的に
Currently
長
anyways.
さを変えてあった
Really, a hidden specification that we made because of the shape of the mouth itself will affect how the teeth would look on the character's face. Certain types, like type 1 through 3 of the mouth shape, would be different from type number 4 because the canine tooth would seem
Clip through.
more visible, and so they had to make it smaller.
そしてですねもう1枚ございまして、こちらも歯なんですが、
Popotos!
ララフェルの口の中が気持ち悪いというフィードバックをいただきまして
Did receive feedback about the Lalafell and how the teeth looked very scary in the initial release of the benchmark software.
まあ、頭蓋骨の形が明らかにおかしいのではないかと、まあ、確かにということですいませんこちらも調整をさせていただいて、現状右のように、修正フィックスさせていただいてますと。これはね、
Oh, look at
圧倒
the
的に右っていうかこれはもう
texture
調整
resolution of the
はい
clothing.
しましたという
Oh my god, it's so much better.
And so with this one, people have pointed out that the shape of the skull wouldn't allow for the teeth to be shaped in that way, and we understand. And so this is more of an FYI that we will fix it to look more like the one on the right.
例で各バックも我々自身で
Popoto skull's impossible.
がついた
You heard it
点
here.
をやって
Some uncanny valley. You know what? It does. Wait. Look at like it's a look at her teeth. Okay, look at that teeth. Teeth teddy bear. It does look a lot like this guy. Why is it? Oh, I'm messed up. Right? Like, look. Yeah? Lalafell? No? You decide.
The right.
各種族本当一つ一つですねこのレベルまで、皆さんにいただいたフィードバックも我々自身で、調整していた気がついた点も、やって
Real life Lalafell plushies
まあ
be
もちろ
like.
んそれでもまあ
Oh man, I wish I just had like a
膨
potato like on my
大
desk
で
and
は
just
あ
like
る
real
んで
life
何か
Lalafell's
ミスが
plushies
あ
be
るんで
like.
すがベンチマークゼロでさらに
And so what you saw today were just some examples, and there are other adjustments that we made per the different rays, but there are a lot that we had to address, including the feedback that we received from the players as well.
It's so nice that they're not just like updating it and then leaving it. Like it's like they did the update pass. Like they're trying to like tweak and get to the place where
as
everyone's
what
happy,
we
or at
had
least as many
noticed,
people are
what
happy
the
as possible.
development team noticed as we were adjusting these, and so again, it was quite a lot to address, and there may be some missteps that we may notice throughout our QA.
We're fixed on
process.
Lodestone?
But
Sweet.
we are
I'll have to pull
going
those up,
to
Danny.
address as much of this as
You know what? Actually, let's go ahead and do that now. FFXIV Lodestone. Do you happen to know when that happened? Oh wait, they're bringing back the. Oh, they're bringing back the Monster Hunter. Sweet. Free login campaign. Well, I'll have to find a link, or maybe Ray can help me find that link if Ray, if you're around.
possible, and update our benchmark software to release a
latest post.
replacement version. And on top of that, with 7.0 Dawntrail, we will make sure that the graphics quality will be raised as high as we could.
意外とね言われている
Ah, okay. Here we go. Yeah, lighting's way better. Man. The game's looking good, guys! I can actually recommend the game without an asterisk. Like, look, yes, it's still not, like, the polygonal count and the hair and stuff is still not, like, a, you know, hyper modern, you know, level of game. But what I will say is, and this is true of something like FromSoft, is art direction, I think, is way more important than graphical fidelity, and Final Fantasy XIV has great art direction. Like, there's just no question. Are they going to show a Dunes Folk? Because I swear I saw a Dunes Folk and I was not really happy with the eyes. Oh my god, look at how much better that is. Our game's looking good, guys. Our game's looking good.
これですね。
Thank you, Ray Ray.
全部のキャラ全部のデータで。
Oh, that's a good question, AC. That would be cool. If we got another, like, Rathlos style event.
見直しました。はい。
And there were some comments about the lines, like wrinkles on the smile lines, like on the face. And there were some characters where we noticed that. And so we had to rebuild the normal map so that it addresses that.
これはね、やっぱちょっと元々の実はノーマルマップをハイクオリティが上がっ影が逆に見てやってきたので、もうキャラもいるし。
And with the lines on the face, this was because of the lighting, actually. The normal map was fine, but the way that the shadow would drop with the previous lighting would not affect that sort of look. So the data itself was there, but it just didn't show up because the lighting was the shadow, the cast shadow was not
actually
as
highlight
high quality. But with the graphical updates and then the lighting was updated too.
This is really good to hear because I when I did the benchmark before, like it looked a lot better, but it still didn't look like great when I did the prior benchmark. Like, it didn't quite look like it was like a huge update, and I was a little underwhelmed by the prior benchmark. It would look good, but it was underwhelming.
The
so this is
fell
good
on
that
it,
to
and it
see.
became more accurate, and so it became a bit more noticeable. So when players looked at it, because they were so used to not having those lines showing up, we received
The
feedback
graphics update
about
is just
that.
showing the
So
Warrior of Light's true
we
age.
did have to make some adjustments to polygons of these different races as well. So those are some of the changes.
Oh,
that
they
went
actually did
into the updates.
change the mesh.
で一応すいません5月30もしくは31まであるよね今月。
あります。
のどちらかを今リリースで最後の追い込みをやってるんですけど、ちょっとこうやっぱ件数が多いのは多いので今修正のもしかしたらその週末をまたいでしまうかもしれないっていう今ぐらいで進捗していますので、改めて日付が変わったらしっかりまた、僕の方からテキストでお知らせしようと思いますのでよろしくお願いします。
And so right now we're doing our adjustments with a target date of May 30th or 31st. 30 days has September, April, May. Yeah, May has 31 days.
Wasn't Orlando
and
Bloom only like
anyways,
25?
there's a lot of items
even
that we
younger
do
than
need
that
to
during the first
revise,
Pirates film?
So we aren't confident on the final release timing of the replacement version of the benchmark. So perhaps it might go beyond that. We make an announcement.
これはもう皆さんにとってはプラスのお知らせ、
It'll be in 2
転送
days.
薬に関して2点お知らせがあります。
Good news for players, I'm hoping. With regard to Fantasia, there are 2 items that I want to relay.
まず 7.0 がリリースされたタイミングでされますのかというぜひ、しますっていうのそういう形に
7.0 Dawntrail, there will be a quest giver in Ul'dah, and the level is going to be quite low, but it is going to be related to what is a Fantasia. And so by doing
Smart.
that quest, you will obtain 1 Fantasia. So I'm hoping that that'll be incentive to try out the character creation with a graphical update. And plus, with
Smart.
that quest in place, it'll help new players understand what Fantasia does.
でもう一つ
Yeah, Fantasia is it's technically always been canon. The justification for it historically, according to Koji, was the idea that it changes how you see yourself and others see you, like a glamour. I wonder if that's what the quest will go with. I'll be curious to see what they're like, if they like, you know, because that was I think Stormblood when that was said.
幻想薬にちょっと仕様を一つ追加しました。
And then another update to Fantasia is we're going to be adding another sort of specification or characteristic to it.
今回やっぱりまあだいぶ新しくリリースするベンチマークのキャラメイクも 7.0 からのキャラメイクもライティングにはかなりこだわって今回改めて調整させてもらいましたし、
Oh, okay, yeah.
できるだけ
So of course, with the graphical updates, and you will see that in the updated
Seeing
new
the different
benchmark,
context.
as well as the 7.0 character creation, we were very particular about the adjustments we made to lighting, and there are environments in which you don't see that sort of generic blue background and the lights reflecting off of it, so that you can see how your character would look in game.
とはいえやっぱりその見慣れた風景の中で自分が調整したキャラクターをやっぱ確認したいっていうご要望も、まあ、今回改めてすごく強いだろうなっていうのも感じたので、幻想薬を使用してから、
Yep, 5 for Thancred, 3 for Stolen, Eorzean, and 1 for the Twins.
なので別にログアウトしてもカウンターは止まるので、60分間であれば、再度調整できるっていう仕様を追加しました。
But that said, of course, you want to see your character in action in locations that you have gotten familiar seeing your character in. And we did receive a lot of feedback about how we want to make adjustments to characters afterwards. And so we are going to make it so that Fantasia...
Many others too, Penny.
Within 60 minutes of playtime. So
yeah,
if you log out, the counter will kind of pause, but...
yeah, that you can like tweak or make changes.
Once using Fantasia, if you want to make adjustments to your character creation, you can do so within 60 minutes of using Fantasia.
ただしキャラメイクするたびに60
I shit you not, I am more excited for die channels than job changes. Not even kidding. Not even joking. Not a joke. I was at NA FanFest and there were more cheers for die channels than any other goddamn thing that happened that day.
リセットされるわけじゃないのでそうなるとね59分ですかさず変えてができちゃうので1回使うと60分間っていうタイマーは止まらないんですけど微調整っていうのはねこうどんどん通常のエリアでできるとは思うのでご活用いただければと思います。
That said, that 60-minute counter only works the first time, so you can't go in like minute 59 and then reset the counter. It'll count your time if you make your readjustments as well. But that said, like if you messed up on something or if you want to make minor adjustments to characters after you have created it in the character creation screen.
I don't know, because the die channels are going to change everything. I'm just going to have to like create a new... What I am going to do is I'm going to create a new like canon combat outfit for Elioaux. I think that'll probably be the first thing to do.
質問されてる方いるんで、そう60分以内だったら何回やっても大丈夫です。種族も全パラメータ何回変えていただいても大丈夫です。
There was a question in the comments asking how many times you can make readjustments within that 60-minute time frame. There's no limitations on how many times you can go back in and change as long as it's within that 60-minute time frame. So you can try out all of the races, all of the different parameters that are included in the character creatures if you wanted to.
It's below the shoe slot. Yeah, I was curious if it was gonna be like off the head slot or but below the shoe slot makes sense.
Nice if Yoshida's lines would also disappear, right? But once we started talking about Fantasia, in the comments, of course, people were happy about the Fantasia. That's good news. But also their comments about like, oh, Yoshida's now looking better.
Honestly, he is. He genuinely is looking more well rested and like healthier than he was like 6 months ago.
しっかりね、皆さんのキャラクターこれからも今回 7.0 でグラフィックスアップデート
Man, he was looking a little bit rough between like 6.0 to 6.55. I'm not gonna lie. FF16 is done, and I'm sure that helps. Yeah, good point, Levi. I hadn't even thought about that.
So of course, we talked in detail about character creation and things like that, but with
No, I didn't glamour over Azima's earring with Minfina's. I glamored over Azima's earring with the Aetheryte earring from Shadowbringers. That is which was the pre-order for Shadowbringers. That is the earring I used.
Dawntrail. We will be applying our first graphical update, but we will continue to look at the different systems within the game to see where we can improve and make adjustments as needed. So I hope you look forward to the different updates we'll be making throughout.
はい、以上お知らせでした。というわけで、大変お待たせしましたが、本番ということでジョブの話に入っていこうかと思います。
Okay, so that was very.
I mean, it's a good earring,
focus,
Tam.
but-
Okay, let's get into the good shit. Not obviously not that the graphics adjustment isn't the good shit.
ジョブ関連アップデートです。よろしくお願いし
まあ
ます。
まあ最初に
Just remember that the Menfina earring will be a special thing you have once the Dawntrail's out and people are new to Dawntrail. I will say I feel like if you buy the digital edition of a expansion, you should get the pre-order bonuses. But
まさしく昨日からグローバルメディアツアー
I think you buy it down the line.
しております。はい。メディアの皆さんがいち早くですね、レベル100になったすべてのジョブ開放されているのをいった情報とは思うんですけど、こういうとこ変わっ
So of course, starting yesterday, we have kicked off our global media tour where we have members of our media try out these different jobs at level 100. And so you'll probably be seeing...
Sadly, did not get invited. Did not help that I got sick right before all the invites would have gone out, but also our channel's not big enough. I'm not gonna lie, my dream was to get invited to the media tour for Dawntrail, but hopefully I'll have better luck next expansion and make more content that actually gets me noticed by Yoshi P senpai.
Articles on their impressions or what they thought about the different
also because it's physical, it seems like there might have been fewer invites this year.
Those will be coming soon, but for today, of course, we won't be able to discuss every single detail, but we would like to touch upon some of the changes and the updates, any additions that we're making.
It ends soon.
では行きましょう。まず最初。今回ジョブ関連
All you can do is keep plugging away. So true, Ray Ray.
ジョブに関わるコンセプトをこういった形にしております。
Honestly, at this point, I'll just be happy if Koji ever sees the Live and La Vida Gabi.
So this is going to be across all of the jobs.
まず当然ですがレベル上限、ついにレベルキャップ100ジョブに
Points that are being added.
それから 6.x シリーズに
That we received throughout the 6.x series.
Okay, I don't know if they'll talk about it, but my real hope is that they... Honestly, I would be more excited for very few changes at level 100, but more changes for making pre-100 gameplay more enticing and exciting.
Of, improving ease of use, trying to not change it dramatically, but still make it a little bit more smoother or more comfortable.
AC, if you want the actual answer, it's because it's cool. Thanks, Ray Ray.
一部のジョブではローテーション、追加されたアクションも含めてローテーションが変わるというジョブ。
Live and I don't even know. Is that? I mean, that's just Live in La Vida Loca. Isn't La Vida Loca Live in La Vida Mobby? Because it's just.
ございますので、そこはご了承いただけると助かります。すべてのジョブのローテーションが変わるってわけじゃなくて、一部のジョブのローテーション。
And of course, with the new actions being added, some of the jobs may have some changes or shifts in their skill rotations. Of course, that does not apply to all of the jobs, but please be aware that there might be a little bit of adjusting that's needed on your end as well.
でですね、結構ちょっと次にお知らせしたいのが、結構いろんなジョブでもうさすがにホットバーが埋まり尽くして、特にパッドで遊んでくださっている方がですね、その、一部やったりしたんですけど、それに関わるお話をちょっとさせてください。はい。
Interesting.
And of course, we have been receiving a lot of feedback with the actions that are assigned to your hotbars. We understand that there's a lot now having to slot into your hotbars, especially those playing on a gamepad or controller. I'm sure we're kind of reaching the limit of how many you can fit into your hotbar across hotbars. So I would like to touch upon the some of the actions that sort of replace the same slot with the next action in a skill rotation.
まあなので今回やっぱりこう 7.0 でこれ以上もうホットバーを圧迫しないようにっていうですよ。多数は入れて出さないアイコン。
We are trying our best so that we are not sort of overwhelming the amount of actions that need to be assigned into a hotbar with this sort of replacement system. And of course, we didn't implement too many of those, I hope. But we were trying to our best not to increase the amount of icons to put into the hotbars.
ただこれ置き換えるとですね連打してたら誤爆するんだけど置き換わったやつにっていうのがございまして
To be fair, it's very job dependent, Hydra. Like button prompts on controllers is very job
プレイヤーの
dependent.
皆さんが任意に設定できるわけじゃなくて我々がローテーションも考えて置き換えを設定してるんですけどあえてもう置き換えなくていい
You got some PvP in my PvP. I mean, all we were screaming for when for those of you who don't know, when Gunbreaker came out, continuation was 3 buttons. It was not 1. That was PvP only was at 3 buttons, and then they changed it to Endwalker, thankfully.
That said, with the jobs kind of automatically replacing the same slot as you are doing your skill rotations, sometimes you don't want to have the next action automatically pop up into the same slot. And we have heard feedback from players that do not like
Just make it a
that
choice. Just make it a choice.
And so we have created a system in which you can choose to not have the next action replace the same slot.
Yes, that's all. They literally already had the bones of it, thanks to 6.x with some of the UI changes. Yeah, literally, yep.
置き換えっていうのが存在してるんですけど、もうとにかく勝手に置き換えないでくれという方はですね、この置き換え設定をオフにしていただければ、別々のアクションとしてこう設定することも可能なので、
I don't know why you would, Danny,
このアク
but
ションは
you
置き換
could.
わってもいいけど、このアクションはやめたいみたいなのが別に設定できる。
I have not played 7 Rebirth yet, Levi, and I haven't had it. I did not play any video games for about 2 months. I was pretty bedridden most days. So like I haven't played the 16 expansion. I haven't done shit. I really want to. Like getting back to 14 was my main priority.
And so, as you can see on the screen, there will be a slot where it says action change settings. So if you don't want for some of the like combo steps to automatically replace a certain hotbar slot and you want it to be set up to be separate buttons, you are welcome to do so by turning off that sort of automatic replacement.
What I'm curious, and I hope they show some examples of, is like, is it like the 1, 2, 3s that are like, what are all the things that are unifying?
まあとはいえ全てのアクションというかねがね置き換えになってるわけじゃないの。自動置き換えする。あと手になる。
And of course, this only applies to actions that will automatically replace, and so it's not necessarily it's not for every action in your job sort of utility.
Yeah.
So
yeah, your entire rotation is just one button you press over and over.
And seeing how it feels.
It's a very cute game,
do we
though.
want
Yeah,
to
I'm very
separate
excited to
out
play
the
it.
different actions so that you don't accidentally activate it when you don't need it, or what kind of feels more comfortable in your hands.
I see.
はい。というのがまあ
I
ジ
missed
ョ
you
ブ全
guys.
体に関わるところとしてに分けて、
That covers all of the elements that will be across all of the jobs. And so now I'd like to do a deep dive into the different roles. Are we okay to move on?
話ではない。使っちゃった個別に選べる。
There were some comments about, well, is this a matter of DPS getting higher or lower?
And I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say it before this happens, but I'm going to say it as I've been saying for years now. In 14, you pick a role, and the jobs in that role are your spec. That's your, like, spec tree, effectively. Like, that's, like, that, like... For people who want, like, you know, like jobs that have branches and stuff, like that's.
It's not really about how much damage you can deal. It's more about some people
Thanks,
don't
Raven.
like just pressing the same button continuously and accidentally using an action when they don't want to, or they were trying to save it for another timing. So this is just so that in case you want to prevent accidental sort of execution.
はい。さあではタンクか。
Starting with tank.
Okay, it looks like they're not giving us. Yes, the best roll.
ま
Will
ず
fight
タ
me.
ンク共通の
Actually, now I'm
変
curious.
更点からお話しします。これは
I'm
共通
curious.
の変
You
更
guys
点
will
で
see.
す。
Mm.
Okay, so first
Also,
is
Pictomancer was the most
upcoming
exciting to you
adjustments
guys.
that will be across all tank role jobs.
まず一つ目、レベル90台でランパートと各ジョブ固有の被ダメージ 30% 軽減バフって持ってると思うんですけど、各ジョブ。レベル90台で、
Random job exclusive damage reduction abilities will be upgraded in the 90s levels range.
各ジョブに
Okay.
タンクジョブに入ってますよというのが1個。
So first
Upgraded in the
is
90s levels.
Rampart
Interesting.
and job exclusive
Please.
30% damage reduction abilities will be upgraded in the 90s level range.
Please make it interesting. Don't just give me a boost. Give me it interesting.
の途中でですね、リプライザルの効果時間がなんと15秒に。
Okay, I mean, I guess that's kind of interesting if you're using it for like multiple raid wise or something. That's not that
And
interesting.
reprisal duration will be increased to 15 seconds in the 90s level range.
なおこの、30% 軽減バフの方なんですけど、まあこれ強化されたタイミングでまたジョブごとに異なる追加効果っていうのが入っているので、まあそれぞれのタンクジョブに合わせたさらなる追加効果があったりするので、まあ言わないでおきますけど今回それぞれちゃんと
Problem is, tanks are just in a really good place. For all people bemoan them for being like slightly homogenous, they're all
And of course,
they're all in a
with
good
the
place.
30% buff enhancement, there are additional effects that will be applied to each of the different tank jobs. I'm afraid we're not going to dive into details right here, but yes, just to reiterate, there will be like individual sort of enhancements for each of the tank job.
I like all the roles though. You have to pick Ray.
いうコメントを今拝見したんですけど、
Screams many raid wins are coming in. Yeah, tanks are really strong. No killer top still is
どっちのが
baffling.
後でどっちがその被ったかを
Probably gonna spend most of early access just downloading the game because fucking shit me for still being on DSL. Jesus, I didn't know that was still available.
連携していただけると助かります。
I will probably
About how
like for Endwalker, I mainline that story straight into my veins. It's just MSQ, bam. But I'm gonna be doing that on Lend probably, and then I'll be streaming first time through on Elioaux, probably like a month later, maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks later or something.
it would be great if we can get some kind of notification if the other tank casts reprisal and it was at the same timing, but that involves trying to get the system to communicate which tank.
There's a very easy way to see if the other tank casts reprisal. Just look at the boss's debuffs. To be fair, it takes a second for the debuff to actually hit, so it's not very useful, but it's not always handy. But like, it's not hard to communicate who's using what reprisal when.
Reprisal first and sending a different message to the one that came in later, so that's a little bit difficult to do. So you might
Y'all,
want to
not
discuss
one of you
amongst
has
your
picked
party to
healer?
see, who's
That's
going
best
to
roll.
pop your mitigation.
Oh, I know some salty people.
リプライザルの効果を90秒にしましょうっていうのを読んだんですけど、敵のよだめアップのセルフバフを90
Extend. There's another suggestion about can we extend the effects of reprisal to 90 seconds, but then can we do a variable of damage dealt by enemy, so 90 seconds times the 15 seconds per.
まあまあ
What if we didn't and pretended like we didn't?
さあそれでは今挙げたのが、まあ、タンクの共通ポイントなので、続いてナイトから繰り返しですけど各ジョブ全部は
Yeah, tanking's a good
だ
time.
ったところだけちょっとご紹介していきましょう。
So going into the individual tank jobs now from the Paladin. Again,
Yes.
to reiterate, I'm afraid we won't
Tell me
go
about my
into detail
boy.
for every single job. So just going through some of the key points.
まず1個、まあ見た目に大きいっていうところもあるからなんですけど、ロイエ3回っていうのを2段目3段目をモーションの異なるアクションに変更して、まあロイエからのこれは置き換えアクションになるので、
Okay.
まあ手触りは変わらない。
What will
手触りはちゃんと維持
what
した
will the
上で、
effects be?
ちょっといくらなんでもさあっていう。
Because that doesn't really change your rotation unless those effects are like, unless they give you like casts of like Holy
So
Spirit or
first
something
point,
like
the
or
second and third executions of atonement have been changed to new actions with separate animations.
You're basically now doing a 1 2 3 4, which is a 1 2 3 into Requiescat, which is a Holy Spirit, which is Blade of Valor 1 2 3. Like Paladin's all about those 1 2 3s.
Will remain the same. But yeah, that kind of differentiate the look of
Yeah,
it,
Sage
I
is
think,
dope.
what we're trying to aim for here.
まあこういうの
Oh,
は
but
そう
Sage in Alliance raids and stuff is so fun.
置き換えで新しいアクションを作るみたいなことが
It has so much, it has such a good
連打して
kit.
ればいいから。
And I think this is where that sort of automatic replacement of the next action comes in very handy. You can just press the same button, and then it'll go to the next step automatically.
まああとはですね、バーストの時に使っているブレード・オブ・ホニャララの後に、
Okay, but is it just like, is it just a new finish? Like, here's my problem. If it's just Blade of Valor, but now there's a fourth part of it, that's not interesting.
そのまま素直にアップデートされてる感じですよね。
It just elongates
And
the...
then when you're in that sort of damage burst phase, and those blades of something something is executed, of course with the raised level cap, we will add another tier to that.
まああとはゴアブレードも実行条件をこう
I mean, at least, I mean, the thing I have to remember is that the rework of Paladin during 6.3, 6.4, I think 6.3 at this point, so, like, I have to, like, kind of bring that into the changes that Paladin got, kind of into Dawntrail, because the reworked Paladin is so much better. It's basically just all the best parts about old Paladin, but now you have room to
ファ
maneuver.
イトはフライトの実行に変更したりとか。
If I die, it doesn't
細か
wipe
い
the
と
whole
ころに
scene.
手を入れて、
Yeah, fair point,
扱い
right,
やす
right.
くさらになるようにっていう調整をしてたりしますので。
Pictomancer is actually a weapon skill, but I like to pretend it is.
進化っていうことです。
If I was on PC, I'd feel more confident in healing. As
And
PS5
then
person,
this
I'm
might be,
hesitant. Okay, that's
minor,
fair,
well,
Levi.
Less
Yeah.
major adjustment. In order to execute Goring Blade, you will have to have fight or flight.
Yeah, I mean, Sage doesn't have an MP rotation. You just pay attention to your MP and you balance your resources and have more control over it. Oblivion! I said hi earlier, but a good see, glad to have you again. I returned just in time to vote for the tanks for the best role. See? Okay, we got one healer vote.
そうそう、そんなところでよろしいかな。はい。はい。
I just my real hope is that I don't, for the tanks, I don't want them to add on more things that don't actually change anything. Like, make Rampart do something weird if I use it in a cool way. At least there's the interaction with, like, intervention, right? Make Holy Sheltron even more rewarding for using it at an appropriate time. For the Blade of Valor, if you use, or for the Atonements, make it so I'm not just pressing more buttons to do the exact same thing anyways.
では続いては戦士いきましょうか。
Next is Warrior.
戦士も
If you're nervous about tanking in Alliance raids, there are a couple of Alliance raids that really only require one main tank, Raven. What I would say is try to pick some of those, and try those out first, because someone else could lead it, and be ready to take up the reins.
基本は、レベルアップに伴って純粋に、アッパーに正当進化してます。一つ目、まあ
So of
継
course
承の
with
解放中
Warrior.
に、ごめん、いいよ、あゆみさん先。
So with Warrior also, this is just, for the most part, just simply transitioning up because of the raised level cap.
まあ、現象の解放中にフェルクリーブ、デシメートを計3回使うと初新しいアクション。これまあ
Get the
多分
main tank
これは
off tank and off
さっき
tank.
のプロアクション動画で確認できるんじゃないかなと思うので、後ほどこれかっていうのをちょっと見ていただけたらなと思います。
So first point, a new action which can be executed after 3. So this is
Means
I think you
basically
may
the same
have
thing as
noticed
Blade
it
of Valor.
in the job action trailer. So you might notice it.
I suppose you can technically be in a situation in which you don't use the fell cleaves all in a row, so it is slightly different. Whereas like Blade of Valor, you're going to use in a row.
プライマルレンドの後に発動できるアクションがあって、まあ純粋にねバースト中の大技っていうのをちょっと追加しております。
It really is just
One
Warrior
is
Go
a new
Burr.
action that can be executed in the damage burst phase.
It's hard, right? Because like the details of what this actually means change so much about whether it's interesting or not.
インナー
So
カオ
it's
スの
that kind
モ
of
ーションとエ
sucks.
フェクトが、一新されております。ちょっとレベル100まで来て、まあこれに選手に限ったことじゃないんですけど、ジョブでちょっといくらなんでも随分使い見飽きてきたってやつはちょっと新しいグラフィックスに変えたりしてるものもございます。
And in addition,
Simple solution, Hydra, just don't
kind of
die.
like how we saw it in the Paladin, but not really. The effects and the animation for Inner Chaos will be changed. We're trying to update some of the look of these effects that you see that for those that may have been kind of, how to say, people have gotten tired of looking at.
They've gotten
見飽きてもフェル
some
プ
are a
リーム
little
だけは絶
lackluster.
対に変えるなっていうお声がたくさんいることはないと思います。
Tired of looking at, but please exhilarating.
続いて、
Dark Knight.
まず一つ目、バースト中の操作
AR
量
raids are
軽
great for
減とい
beginner
う
tanks. Yeah, I would say particularly Syracuse is probably the best one because it's the one that only requires one main tank, really. There's no thing that in Syracuse that really requires you to not. Labyrinth is not a good for a starting tank, I would argue, because of the fact that the groups split up quite a lot, and you do kind of need to lead things a bit. And then World of Darkness, because there are the roles, the chains and stuff, it can, if you're, you know, I would say Syracuse Tower is probably the
こと
better
で
of them.
こちら対応させていただいております。
Okay, so to reduce the number of inputs during burst damage phases.
Blood Weapon will
these
upgrade into
are
Delirium and the effects of
changes
Blood.
that we are making.
まあ今ちょっとねバースト中操作がめちゃくちゃ忙しいっていうところがある。まあ忙しさもね。
How are they gonna make
っていうと
that
ころはある
work?
とは思うんですけど、今回一旦 7.x シリーズではジョブは綺麗にしておいて、まあ遊び心地とかこう工夫する余地っていうのを増やしていきたいって、まあコンテンツに関してはそれらを今回7.0から始めてはいくんですけど、
Like, is it just like what changes Blood Weapon? Like, what is it what's going to be the trigger?
8.0からもっと個性を出していくのは8.0からにしようかなと思ってるんで。
And the reason for this change is sort of cleaning up and streamlining some of the busyness that happens during the burst damage phase.
There's a lot of
for
OGCD
7.0
insanity for
anyways.
Dark Knight.
And then I did mention about how we want to improve the not playability, but like how players can strategize and sort of make kind of work their strategies, as well as the developers kind of do.
Oh, so it's not that Blood Weapon turns into Delirium, it's just that Blood Weapon as an effect is just added to Delirium.
Creative things
Okay.
through 7.0. So right now
That's
we're just
interesting.
kind of streamlining it for this expansion, and once we get to
If I got
say,
that right, that's
8.0,
kind of crazy.
we'll start kind of enhancing the individualities of some of these jobs.
思わずっていうか8.0って言ったけど、
はい
まあもちろん
I'm on the one hand, I agree that like simplifying that for Dark Knight is probably good because of like the amount of craziness with OGCDs, and especially if you have high ping, that's a problem. My problem is that this is like if they were gonna combine something, I wish they would have combined Abyssal Drain and Carve and Spit, like, because those being broken is
7.0のまだ出てないんですけど、やっぱりこうメカニクスを変えていこうとか、よりこう面白くしていこう。
Blood Weapons effects will cause Delirium.
まあ大きくシステムを設計
I'll be interested to see how that plays out.
なるとやっぱり
Okay, thanks,
今
Hydra.
ぐらいのうちからもう方針は決めて進んでないと間に合わないので。
See, the thing is, I fell in love with Dark Knight Levi because of all its OGCDs, like when I was maining it during Shadowbringers. So, like, while I can understand saying it's not a fun button to press, I also liked the chaos and the literally playing jazz hands.
2ヶ月ぐらい前に結構集中して話し合ってたりはするんで、ちゃんとやっておりますよ。
I love Blackest Night. Blackest Night was my favorite ability in the game. The only reason Paladin was able to take over was, one, because there were changes to Dark Knight I didn't like, and I fell in love with Paladin, and also Paladin got Holy Sheltron. And the reason I like the Blackest Night is because I like abilities that reward you for timing them correctly. And because Holy Sheltron has its the first half stronger than the back half, it also rewards you. So that same dopamine.
I kind of blurted 8.0, but we have yet to release 7.0. But whenever we're talking about drastically changing the different mechanics of the jobs, or making it more interesting, more fun to play, and it relates to kind of upholding the system, so to speak. So we actually need to start talking about things like that in the lead up to a major expansion. So we've actually started to talk about like what direction we want to take this into like 2 months ago already. So
8.0 リリースデイっていうのだったり
oh,
さ、
release
スポイラーみたいな。
spoiler.
Nope.
No.
で、
まあ
暗黒騎士、
はい
ちょっと戻って正当進化ということで追加させてもらってます。
So going back to the Dark Knight, a new action that can be executed after Living Shadow will be added.
まあ、あとは他にもエーシングゲームをブラックブラッド消費せずに発動できるようになったりとか。
But Crape, you're not treating mitigation as a tool. Because TBN, it does reward you if you time it correctly, because it's a mitigation tool that also gives you an attack, effectively gives you the mana back to use on your weapon. Because you're not using it to get an attack, you're using it to mitigate, and then if you use correctly, get an attack as well.
各ジョブ今回お話ししている内容だけじゃないので、まあ、そういったこともやってますよというのだけお知らせしておきます。
So of course with Living Shadow, we will also be making adjustments to itself. Living Shadow.
And you can also use it even if you're not going to get the weapon back, your attack, your mana back, to if you think if it's still worthwhile. So it can also be a panic. It gives you lots of options and control.
To consume black blood and execute.
いやもうエーシングゲームの読み方でさ、そのね今回直前になってルビー入れ
There's some comments in the Japanese community about how this kanji characters are read. It was per Yoshida's request right before the broadcast. He asked the staff members to please put in the hiragana to be able to read this. I'm glad that it's proving useful.
Yeah, because a bunch of like the furigana to like, I don't know, is it technically even furigana? Because it's just the hiragana, but like some of the like kanji for some of like the Dark Knight and some of the job stuff is just like this. I don't think I've ever seen it in any other
The viewers
context.
as well.
あとはね我々のちょっと余談ですけど自己防衛で、
そうですね。
私がチェックしてる時とかは
And just for in our defense, whenever we're looking at the actions in game, like we don't look at the action names. We're looking at the one that has your kind of avatar kind of come up.
Okay, raise your hand if you only think about skills in terms of their picture and not and their icon and not in their what their name actually is.
Summon something. Your shadow.
だからなんか発売の迫ってくる頃にさ俺 PR とかで飛び回ってるじゃん、で実際さ覚えてないのねアクション名本当に
So, like, we would go on different sort of PR opportunities right before launch, and we don't have all of these action names memorized.
なんかそれでさ PLL とかでたまに読み方間違うとさ吉田触ってねえなこのジョブみたい
And if we do a PLL and Yoshida reads it incorrectly, then we have your haters commenting, "Oh, Yoshida must not have played this job, whatever." But it's just so hard to memorize.
Oh, nice,
な
Danny.
んでちゃんとひらがな入れようってよかったねと思って。はい。
So I'm glad we have the way to read it in there.
余談でした。こんなやってたら本当ダメだ。時間終わんなくなるわ。
Sorry,
次のメ
we're
ーカー行きましょう。
taking way too much time.
But that's not the case because the thing is that almost all the fights are designed for you to get the thing back. But the thing is also using Holy Sheltron is using resource to use that rather than using. The thing is that the job you have your role as a tank is not damage. Your role as a tank is mitigating. And it is the baseline is not getting it back because you have enough mana to still maintain your 60 seconds, to maintain your buff without having to rely on that. But also, if you use that, you get the extra hit. So it's a bonus. It's not a mandatory.
Breaker.
ガンブレーカーも
But it is a damage gain. You get an extra shot.
まっすぐ正当進化で、フェイ
Just because you choose to not see it as a damage gain, the baseline is not you have it. The baseline is you're able to mitigate and do more damage rather than just do damage or just
サー
mitigate.
クル後に発動できるアクションを、追加してます。こちらはコンティニエーション
Sorry, we gotta move on.
でね発動できるんで、
うん
はい。あとはもうさらにもう一個出しちゃっても大丈夫かな。ブラッドソイル後に発動できる3段コンボを追加しております。
New action that can be executed after Fated
So of
Circle.
course, with
Via
Gunbreaker,
continuation.
this also is just level up with the cap being raised. So first point says a new action that can be executed after Fated Circle via continuation will be added, and then a new
Yes, but you wouldn't have had the mitigation.
3-step combo that can be executed after Bloodfest will be added.
まあ、コメントでエンドオブハートかなっていうお声
Man, even the Gunbreaker's now got a three step.
まあ
For Sonic Break to be executed, we're going to be changing it to having No Mercy available. So yeah, when you execute No Mercy, it'll go to Ready to Break.
やば、エンドオブハートめちゃめちゃ盛り上がってますよ。そう、yeah, lots of people are hyped with the name of the action. End of heart.
End of
まあ
Heart.
まあとはいえさ、14はなんていうの
It's interesting. The problem is, like, on paper, all this looks like is that most of the tanks'
めっちゃ
attacks
長い
got
技には
longer.
できない
I really,
うまく
I'm really
三段
hoping that the
表
like
現してた
what's added
その辺の苦労を
provides
ちょっ
more
と
interest, because like one of the things that like kind of sucked about old Paladin was this super long rotation that like if you were broken out of, it was just a problem. So like my hope is that the things that they're adding also have some interesting like
モーションチーム
side
とかね
aspects to them.
FFX チーム頑張って作ってましたんで、はい、よろしくお願いします。
FYI, the English name is Lionheart, but in any case, the animation team and those who are
Oh, Lionheart calling back to FF8.
involved with trying to bring this action to life worked really hard. So I'm hoping that people will enjoy that.
ほいほい。じゃあ、タンクは以上でございます。はい。さあ
So that
次。
should be all.
これはあれかな、メレー DPS をやって、バイパーを紹介したら休憩ぐらい。
そうですね。一旦それがいいと
ほい
思います。
ほいほい。
So I think we will go through the melee DPS, of course, with showing off the Viper, and then call
Melee, let's go.
the first half, and then
Who's excited for the melee
to the
DPS?
break.
And who's excited for the melee DPS, but actually only just for Viper?
はい、お願いします。
では
Okay, by the end, the healers got a solid 10%. Man, you guys really don't like healing.
Okay, so melee DPS, updates that are made across
Or maybe you
the
just love the
board.
other ones more.
まずレベル90台でなんと内炭の回復量が
Yeah,
増えます。
that was definitely not surprising.
So second wind, healing potency will be increased in the 90s level range.
さらにですね、 レベル90台のどこかでですね、牽制の効果時間が15秒に延長。
Yeah, okay, there's got to be like more
Then
raid wide. The fact that that's increased
will be
across the
increased to
board.
15 seconds in the 90s level range. Somewhere in the 90s level range.
まあ結構その
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day,
ね
to me
早
too,
打ちし
like
ちゃってありゃみたいなのもあるんで、まあリップもそうですけど、まあなので、まあいろんなこうアクションをボス側にまたユニークなのを
Reaper's a good
作っ
time.
ていこうと思ってるんで、まあちょっと使いやすさ上げておきましょうという感じになっています。
I'll wait for White Mage to get their movement
So
tech.
yeah,
It's
this
all about the movement
is,
for you, isn't it?
Whenever things get busy with the different controls, and there might be a misstep on that. It's kind of trying to address that because in addition to not just the business on the player's end, we are thinking about implementing different mechanics on the boss side as well. So.
強化と見せかけといて
What's interesting to me is if what I hope this also might mean is that feint and reprisal are more expected in regular content. That might be helpful.
But it seems like they're trying to kill the players too.
さあでは、個別のジョブちょっと見ていきましょう。まず最初文句からです。はい
So first up is the monk.
ちょっとですね、基本コンボのメカニクスを今回文句変えております。今までは継続ダメージを維持するっていうのが、ベースだったんですけど、特定の順番で、アクションを使っていくことで
This is a... I mean, it's not a rework, but it's kind of a rework. Will no longer center around maintaining a buff or damage over time. Instead, performing actions in certain order will increase the next action's potency. I'm... So presumably it's not all the same potency, but why wouldn't you just use the high potency? Okay, I have questions.
次のアクションの威力がアップするっていう考え方に、ベースを変えてます。
So with the monk, we've kind of updated the mechanics itself. Before, the basic thinking was about how to maintain your buffs or retain that sort of damage buffs and enhancements and things like that. But instead, with this update, it'll more be about enhancing your next action by utilizing a specific combo route in the order.
Okay, I need to listen to that again.
Instead, with maintain your buffs or for the, we've
ベースを変えてます。
So with the monk, we've kind of updated the mechanics itself. Before, the basic thinking was about how to maintain your buffs or retain that sort of damage buffs and enhancements and things like that. But instead, with this update, it'll more be about enhancing your next action by utilizing a specific combo route in the order.
まあ現在も総流脚使うと次に使う連撃強化されるんですけど、まあ、そういう仕組みなんだっていう風にイメージしてもらえば多分分かりやすいんじゃないかなと思います。ただ過度にシンプルにするわけじゃなくて、まあ、手触り今やってる手触りはできるだけ変わらないようには調整させていただきました。
And of course, so for example, when you use Dragon Kick, the next action, Boot Shine would be enhanced, and it will be something like that. But we're trying not to oversimplify it at the same time. So, but we're also trying to make it streamlined. So we're hoping that it won't change like the feel of how you control the monk's actions.
で、ジョブハット
I think this is going to be a great change for people who want to get into Monk and the mid-tier of player. I feel like at the high end, people are going to complain about it being streamlined because now you don't have to keep up like your dot and your buff but I will say this makes me way more excited to play Monk than I have in a while.
見ていただければわかるんですが、ジョブハットもこう追加要素が追加されてます。で、ちょっとね一見すると複雑に見えるんですけど、これまでのバフとかねデバフを凝視してこうタイマーを管理するよりはUI の方が楽だと思うので、その分が入ってる。これは触っていただければ多分わかると思います。
And of course, with the change in the mechanics, the job HUD will also have additional elements to it. It might look kind of complicated at first glance, but I think it should hopefully make it more, not easy, but like it'll make it smoother, improved from before when you're just staring at your buffs and debuffs, making sure that you are
And
kind of
everything's
managing
glowing and
your
you're trying to make sense of
timers.
it. Yeah.
で、もう一個は、まあ、使い勝手向上的なやつで、桃園決議の冬季の最大スタック数を10に増やして、溢れを防止する。
Interesting.
And then another sort of improvement is can accumulate up to a total of 10 chakra while Brotherhood is active, so that you can prevent chakra overflow.
ただ、陸道整合脚の発動の時に、まあ、冬季全消費でこう攻撃するけど、その蓄積量でちょっと威力が上がったりする効果を入れたりするんで、まあいろいろコンテンツに合わせてローテを調整したりしてみてください。はい。
That said, there will be an additional adjustment made when you have 6-sided star activated. There will be an action depending on how much chakra you have stacked. If you can utilize all of your chakra that you have stacked, your potency can be enhanced. Like there will be an effect that will do that. So you might want to strategize depending on what kind of content you're trying to challenge.
This feels like they're creating 3 solid layers of interesting and fun gameplay rather than one convoluted layer of micromanaging. And I personally think this will be a lot more fun to play. I suspect Savage Raiders at that tier will probably be a little bit frustrated and feel like this is too streamlining. Ended up being not that just apparently Dragoon I'm surprised is going to be doesn't change, but it makes it easier to get into. Yeah, you're definitely right, Crepe. To reduce positional requirements for a single target combo, the 5th combo action has been changed to a new non-directional action, Drake's Bane. Hell, so far. Okay, I know I'm only seeing the first part, but Monk seems like a bigger change than Dragoon.
The Dragoon, we tried not to like overdo the changing, but at the same time there were some pain points with like the business and also trying to work with
do we got any Dragoon mains in the chat, or at least like Dragoon DPS mains?
And we tried to alleviate that with some of the automatic replacement of actions as you do your rotations and things like that.
まあコンボのこれね5段目に新しいアクション入るんですけど、こちらは置き換えになるので、しかも方向指定がない新アクションなので、プレイの手触りは変わりなく新しいのが増えますよ。
So the first point says to reduce positional requirements for the single target combo, the 5th combo action has been changed to a new non-directional action, Drake's Bane.
それからですね、開幕から最大火力出したいというお声が
So say massive damage up at the beginning of battle. Life of Dragon will be available as engage. Yeah, basically sort of like the change that the tanks got with having their gauge. That makes sense.
For damage output at the beginning of a battle, Life of the Dragon will be available without accumulating Dragon Gauge.
あとはバース使用したりしております。
And then to reduce the number of inputs during burst damage phases, certain actions will be removed or adjusted.
I mean, this is like a trimming and slight simplification just because Dragoons kind of can be a little bit wonky. I played Dragoon for quite a bit because I needed 620 IL naming gear for Eorzean and didn't have Reaper level yet. I mean, am I crazy? I'm looking at this and this is not very drastic. It's basically just your burst phase is now not a holy moly OGCD, GCD clusterfuck and a little bit of trimming. Like, I think conceptually monk changed more.
大回収っていうのをちょっと期
I mean,
待
these
さ
all right. Look, Dragoon's like one of my least favorite DPS, so like I'm not but I was like these all seem like good changes. It's just like yeah.
れた方にとってみるとね、そんなに変わらないのかなっていうことだとは思うんで、ちょっと申し訳なくは思うんですけど、まあ、手触りをできるだけ優先して、かゆいところに手が届くっていうところを目指しましたので、ご了承いただけると助かります。
So some people may have been expecting an overhaul of the Dragoon, and so to those people, these might not seem like a lot of changes. But what we tried to do is to maintain that sort of play feel, but at the same time kind of streamline some of the points that pain
Notice the
points
keyword
that
of
we might
streamline
have
over and over.
experienced. And so, I do feel sorry for the people who had expected a larger change, but I hope you understand.
まあ、あとはそうですね。ボーパルスラストとディセムの上位を入れたんで、こうモーションとエフェクトが新しく一新された気分になれるみたいなのがあったりはします。
So there were also some addition to the upper tiers beyond Vorpal Thrust and Disembowel, and there's a lot of animation and new motions that are added with those. So those might be something to look out for.
まあ上位機会はね、やっぱ新しいアクションがレベル上がることで追加されてね。
So that like you want to have like cool looking effects, I think.
あとは火力を上げるために純粋に
action I know Spine Shatter Dive was something that players may have used to sort of produce more output damage, but we took that out. I'm afraid we have removed that, and then we have newly added an action that will simply move your character.
はい、繰り返しですが、これで全部ではございませんので、他にもありますが。
These are not all of the changes, but we are going to omit that for now and move on.
I think the one thing I wish that they're really badly like want more of in the game is just more movement options, and I've been saying it for a while, but like give all the roles and or jobs like some form of movement. Like like White Mage, it was very simple. You basically just gave it Icarus, but like. That's, yeah. Like I'm not saying give everyone a dancer dodge, but like
一番まあこちら動画をご覧になってもすぐ多分気づかれたと思うんですけど、封筒の術をなくしたわけじゃなくて、攻撃速度上昇、まあヘイトが。
Well, that's a cool way to get hidden back in the game.
In the job action trailer video, but Huton, that has not gone away, but instead it has become a sort of trait so that your movement speed or attack speed, or I guess that enhancement.
Ass doesn't get movement tech this time.
On haste.
Always take rumors
is
with a
going to
grain
be
of salt. That
constantly on.
is what they say. Played Dragon for quite a bit. Yeah.
あとは一番でかいのはやっぱ封筒の術の効果時間を示してた。
Why don't you like didn't like Dragon much before, but now? Well, if you didn't like it before, the problem is that it's just more of the same.
Another HUD element that kind of accommodates for the new additional element that we're including.
まあそこまで大きくは変わらないので大丈夫かなという感じです。はい、続いてもう一個出しちゃった。出てなかったのか。はい。
One more.
まあそれに伴ってですね、攻撃速度上昇効果を延長するアクションっていうのを。
So you know that be just in accordance with the about change. I wonder what that means.
So actions which extend the duration of Huton's effect will be adjusted in accordance with the above change.
Guys, I'd like to point out you're both being Redditors right now. Like it's not an uninteresting discussion, but just look at how much you guys have chatted about Blackest Night versus all the other chat comments about what's actually going on right now. Simplify recast management. Okay, Samurai. Tsubame Geshi will be changed to be executable after Meikyo Shisui.
So first point
Okay.
says to simplify recast management, Tsubame Gaishi will be changed to be executable after Meikyo Shisui.
さらにですね、まあやっぱり正当進化なので DPS としては博士天下五剣、乱れ雪月花の上位アクションというのが
Akaze Tenka Goken and Midare Setsuke
And
will
of
be
course,
upgraded into new actions.
this is also
Okay.
just a simple sort of level up. And so Hakaze, Tenka Goten, and Midare Setsugekka will be upgraded into new actions.
まあだから遊びやすくする調整っていうのと、まあレベルアップに伴う上位アクション、新規アクションの追加っていうのがもう侍はド直球でございます。
So of course, it's very simple, I guess. Adjustment made to make it a bit more comfortable to play, and then with the level capping raised, there'll be additional actions on the upper
Samurai's
tiers,
name's the
and
one
then,
just kanji.
other-
Yeah,
oth-
Samurai.
Other new actions are added.
あとは必
It is
殺
the
剣
thing.、
グレンとか必殺剣、先鋭のリキャストタイムを短縮する特性がレベルアップで追加されてたりします。はい。
And then also, there are traits that will be added that, let's see, shortens the recast time for Guren
Tenka Goken Beneath Heaven's Five Swords.
and
Interesting.
Sen 8?
1000いいですね。はい。
大丈夫そう？英語の方も大丈夫そう？あゆみさん。はい。調べてる？博士のあゆみさん。
So, yeah, this will be a trait that will enhance the Hisatsu, which will shorten the recast time of Hisatsu Guren and Hisatsu Sen A. 日本語と同じでした。
Okay. Okay, on the one, I'm so torn right now because one hand, like the only interesting thing would really be looking at the really specifics of this, but like the fact that my attention is being lost, I feel like is in and of itself should be a bad sign, but like it's also fine because the thing is like the more interesting thing is new fights and new stuff, but it's like there's not the most excited I've been so far. Probably the monk changes.
2個、1つ目、まあ1つ目っていうか1個ご紹介すると、
Oh, okay.
こちらプレンティブルハーベストの効果をシュラードゲージ50
Oh.
レムールシュラード自己化を付与するものに変更。まあ51以上あるときに使ってもちょっと無駄感があったりするんで、ちょっと変えてます。
Interesting. So you now, so that what means you basically are just spending more time in
Plentiful
Enshroud.
Harvest effect will no longer
Okay, that's
increase the
cool.
Shroud gauge by 50, and instead will allow execution of Enshroud. There seems to have been a feeling of waste. Yeah, it now can be used when gauge is at 51 or more without waste.
あとはまあ純粋アップグレードとして、次のレムール効果中に発動できるアクションというのを追加させていただいてます。
Well, why tease us, Yoshibi?
Another one is a new action that can be executed while enshrouded will be added.
Curse you, Yoshibi. Why do you tease us so? Oh!
遠隔攻撃のハルパーを効果アップ中に実行すると、ヘルズイングレス、ヘルズイーグレス、まあ前後に移動するやつ。
Good question, Danny. Only probably once you have like button blow or an issue, because like the thing is that having the dot is like currently one of the ways you have a something extra, you know, to keep up. Like whether people don't find that interesting, like making sure that you have your the debuff thing up is kind of like part of the identity. I would say the point at which that goes away is the point at which they feel that they have enough other stuff going on. And I would argue that right now Reaper doesn't really have that much going on. It's pretty straightforward.
And very minor, maybe yeah, a smaller update would be enhanced.
Double worms. Harpeia.
I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce this, but if you have enhanced harp, the Hell's
Ingress.
Insta move action.
and Hell's そのままでした。
はいこれはねむずいよねもうだってさアクション数
I mean, look. Okay, here's kind of part of the problem. I have a suspicion that the Japanese name is phonetic. It's like egresu and ingresu, but like I can understand. Yeah, like what that's supposed to be in English is like for instance, England in Japanese is igresu. You know.
僕一個あゆみさんをフォローしていいですかどうぞ
すいません。
あゆみさんほぼ全てのゲーム内単語を、ほぼ暗記してるんですよ、でもなのにかつ右手に超検索14辞書をリアルタイムさせてください
めっちゃマルチタスクしてます。すいません。Sorry guys, there was a bit of a pause.
Yeah. I mean, Yoshida-san
Instant
just
move button.
mentioned
Yeah.
how great Aimi is. I mean, basically she memorizes all the actions, weapon names, and then even with that, she always has the dedicated laptop besides her.
I mean, the fact that Aimi gets is as good as Aimi is shocking. Like, think about all the weird names and random bullshit. Like, we play this game all the time and we can't remember all the, you can't remember your own job's name. She has to remember she has to, like, know how to pronounce all of them in 2 separate languages. And sometimes the names aren't even the same in between the 2 different languages.
That's how she works. Such a great job. Yeah. Thanks, Amy.
Claps for Aimi.
これはなんだっけあれよくなんだっけな開発でよくなんて呼んでたっけな
I mean, Hellish Entrance and Hellish Exit is not... I mean, that's... Basically, Hell's Ingress and Hell's Egress is just a fancy way of saying Hellish Entrance and Hellish Exit, so it's spot on. So that actually makes sense, Penny. It's because Lionheart is the name of Squall's gun, and like it has to do with Final Fantasy VIII and where Gunbreaker comes from. I don't know if End of Heart was the same name. I think Lionheart is also the same name in I think Lionheart was also the same name, but it might not be in Japanese. But so Lionheart being the like ultimate thing there makes a lot of sense for what the root of Gunbreaker was inspired from. Names are hard. Yeah, here, you know what? I'll go ahead and pull it up quick. Just Lionheart FF8. Lionheart is like one of the weapons, Squall's, and Squall's the name is literally Leon Hart. Like it's his ultimate weapon, but also Lionheart is used in Kingdom Hearts. I think it's the Squall Kingdom. Yeah, Lionheart. It's the Squall Keyblade. Actually Lionheart probably may even pop up in more Final Fantasies beyond. Like yeah, it's in 8. It shows up in 10. Well, I guess it has the Ascalon. It's in 11. It's in 13. Obviously, it's in 14. It's the name Lionheart is the name of the gunbreaker weapon that Thancred uses. Yeah. So it's got a long history.
Grossary.
Oh, grossary. Hi.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's the gun artifact weapon, not Thancred's weapon.
どのシリーズでどう呼ばれてるかとかも入って
My bad, AC.
役者そうね物量なんです
そうねサイズがやばい
I mean, look, no one needed to tell the Reaper peeps that now they get more in Shroud. I mean, I know all of you just wanted that.
It has all of the terms in several languages, and so it's quite large.
さあじゃあ戻って続いてはバイ
Rahagasa for spell names instead of the Roman. Dude, I fucking hate... Okay. I love that the way they explain its existence in English is through a random book in the library, and that it's an Amdaporian council's fault that they use the 1, 2, the 3 instead of the Ra, the Ga, the Ka. But man, the Ra, Ga, Ka, Ja, Za suffixes are all awesome, and I love them, and I miss them, and I'm a old curmudgeon. And I actually kind of also can understand why the 1, 2, 3 may be a little bit more clear cut for someone who's like, what the is this? But I also miss them terribly. I hate it so much, it's so iconic. Don't fear the Reaper. Don't fear the Enshroud. Whoa! Viper!
We have game.
ちょっとさ、
Viper.
実機使って説明しようと思うんだけど、
I think this might be the first time I've seen the icon. Like, I'm sure it's been around for a while, but this is the first time I think I've seen it. I like it, like the fangs of a viper, but also the twin blades. That's cool. That's cool.
Break is we have a series of the walkthrough videos which
Okay, they're gonna take a break. Okay, so we got Elioaux. I think I've watched all these already, unless there's a new one. These are the ones that they had like somewhat hidden, but they had them available. Yep, Elioaux. So this, so if I'm pretty certain I know Elioaux's layout. Where this is the west side of Elioaux, and this leads out into probably Kozumaoka. Because if we open up, let me pull out my maps. Guys, is it a T stream without maps? I think not. Do I even have the newest map? Man, is that how out of date I am? Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, okay, here we go. So, this is Elioaux. That west gate probably takes you either to Kozumaoka or Urkopacha. I'm thinking Kozumaoka, personally. You take a dirigible to get to Hydaelyn down here. Shaloani, you cross the bridge to reach Shaloani here. And then this is Yasalani, but it's not, we don't know anything. Lozenheta. But this Solution 9's here. This Yasalani or somewhere in here is where Heritage Found is. We obviously don't know what the 6th map is, but could be anywhere. Also, according to some of y'all in Shade's Triangle, is where one, definitely Bermuda Triangle. Secondly, it is gonna be the apparently Manderville is gonna be in there. That's one thing I know. Shade's Triangle, not Scades. Yeah, I know. I found out that I messed up on that when I reread it recently. Yeah. This is why you make sure to recheck your scripts and you recheck everything, because otherwise you make a one typo and get very confused. So this is Elioaux. This is gonna be basically the Charlian. If you haven't really, this is walking out. This either takes you to Urkopacha or Kozumaoka, and I'm not sure which. If I had to bet money, I'd go bet Kozumaoka. Obviously, Solution 9 and all our jaws drop and our complete and utter confusion. Here. Soul supply is over here. Employment. And this, so the sign that we were just looking at is behind us. This is the exit or entrance or whatever this way. You can see it. So like right now, the door that I was just looking at is down here. So there's elevators here. There's the soul supply and stuff over here. There's employment this way, and then there's that door. So see, this is soul supply. You can see the same sign and everything, and the elevators over there. And then this, the sign's behind us, because you can see that at a different angle in it. Oh, there's an Oh, Solution 9 drawing on FF14 Instagram. Ooh, I need to check that out. Ooh, okay. So this is Hydaelyn. Hydaelyn, I'm pretty sure still. Hydaelyn. Urkopacha. Urkopacha. Shaloani. All this is Shaloani, cerulean mining. Kozumaoka. Ooh, that's interesting, Penny. See, this is the one map that I can't figure out where this is supposed to be. Like, I think maybe it's supposed to be Heritage Found? I don't know, man. I don't know. This is the Kozumaoka dungeon. This is the Urkopacha dungeon. This is the Yaktael dungeon. You can tell because it's got the cenotes, and then it also has all the mammal jaw stuff. And then this is the Heritage Found dungeon. You still don't have a Shaloani dungeon though, unless the Shaloani dungeon is us breaking into Heritage Found has us go through a bunch of Solution 9 stuff, so this is the Shaloani dungeon. That's possible, I guess. RP spot. I mean, hey, people are having fun. Final boss of Dawntrail is going to be capitalism. I mean, to be fair, like, I would argue that the game as a whole sees trade between groups as an not unalloyed, but like is a good that helps unite people. I definitely do think it sees like in the inhumane use of people as resources as evil, and some might argue that you can't just disconnect that from capitalism. Not be a cheat stream without maps, random tangents of varying degrees of sexuality, and gobby booms. Can't have the Black Mage using Zeta Flares. Well, what if we want Donald Duck using Zeta Flares?
Welcome back. This is the 81st instance of the letter from the producer live.
さあ、まあ、
Go over its characteristics via this PowerPoint.
まずはですね、こちら二刀流ウェポンスキルコンボから合体剣アビリティの、そして合体剣ウェポンスキルコンボから二刀流アビリティと、まあとにかく多彩ですと、しかもハイテンポですというのが特徴です。
So it says a fast-paced job that fluidly shifts
I have good
between
internet, luckily.
dual blade and double bladed strikes in their various combos and abilities. So you basically have a mode where you have two blades in your hands, each of your hand, and then when those two blades come together in one single blade and kind of going back and forth. But it's a very sort of fast-paced and you have varying attacks.
ですね、ちょっと生カメを入れていただいてもいいですか？
はい。
Okay, so
カメラにしていただいて。はい、ありがとうございます。
なるほど。まあ、わかりやすい。で、文字通りこう剣を糸をガッタのように伝えさせ。
So just looking at the text seems very it's not very descriptive. Well, I mean it's descriptive, but it's hard to tell sometimes. So when we say dual blade is where you have a blade in each of your hand, and so you have those weapon skill combos, and then you go into a double bladed where those two blades come together and it has its own abilities, and then it also has a set of weapon skill abilities or weapon skills, sorry.
言った今。
逆パターンも両方言いました。
ダースモールね。
はい。
Darth Maul.
Yeah, we were all thinking it. So okay, who's gonna go do Palace of the Dead to get the red energy sword fiber weapon?
で、もう一個特徴出しちゃっていいです。アクションの総数っていうのは他のジョブとまあ同等なんですけど、セットする数っていうのがまあできるだけ少なくなるような。
You've piqued my interest.
今回入ってます。
Go on.
So the second point reads, has a similar total number of actions as other jobs, but designed so that fewer actions need to be set on the hotbar, just so that you have fewer like icons to place into your hotbars.
で、まあこれから実機でご覧いただこうとはもちろん思うんですけど、その仕組みが動いてるからなんか同じボタンを連打してるように見えるんですけど、実際には置き換わりだったり。1個前に使ったウェポンスキルで置き換わる内容がさらに別のアクションに変わったりっていう複雑なことが起きていて、今どういう状況のバフが自分にかかってるのかとか、敵にどういったデバフを入れてあるのかによって使い分け
I didn't need to make a habit of watching more 14 content creators, so yeah, I'll check one of those out.
ちゃんとそういった考えるべきことみたいなのは盛り込まれてるっていうのをなんとなく思った上で見ていただけると良いかなと。
So we're going to take a look at this in game, and you'll see that the actions will be automatically replaced in the hotbar. So it might seem like we're kind of button mashing, but with the automatic replacements, sometimes it's might be a weapon skill that changes into a different action, or you also have to pay attention to the buffs that you are receiving or enhancements that you are receiving, or the debuffs or enfeeblements that you are dealing to your enemy to switch your combo route. So it's
okay.
There is elements of
juggling,
thinking about what action to execute next.
That sounds fun. That sounds kind of what I liked about early Dark Knight.
I think it's quicker to look at it though.
Well, I mean, different, but
さあではじゃあ実機に行ってもらいましょうか。はい、出ました。大丈夫か。綺麗。Beautiful.
that lovely YouTube bit compression that I'm sure you guys aren't getting on their bit compression plus my bit compression of their bit compression.
Beautiful mountains.
Very pretty.
Oh, look at the Urkopacha mountains. So that the dungeon's gonna be in there, and we're gonna fight at the top of it. Yep, this is Yoshi P's Lala.
The costume we're all too familiar from Yoshida's appearance at the fan festival.
Also, I don't think I've heard this music before. I wonder if this is the actual Urkopacha music.
Too late.
All those gift boxes.
Yeah.
Icons.
Dummy icons.
ちょっと待ってよ。
Tree person. The FF16 crystal. Oh yeah, I guess you know it does kind of look like yeah. I'm forgetting all the names of the different kingdoms in 16 already. Valley Garmonda trial at the top. I mean, you fought him in 6 at the top of the mountain too. Oh, that's a good point, Hydra. I was thinking more Valley Garmonda made more sense in line with some of the Yaktael's people, or like it being related to the Hanu. But honestly, there's the avian depictions in some of the I'm forgetting their names, but the giants. So that would make sense. I think the thing is that whatever we're racing to the top of there. Those aren't daggers, they're toothpicks. Said Brett, yes, thank you, Hydra.
IL これいくつになってる？あ、メディアツヤになってる？あ、そうです。あ、じゃあ大丈夫かな。あ、びっくりした。
Double checking our item level, etc.
あ、危な。
Dangerous, don't. He was like, dangerous, don't zoom out too much.
いつもの神の力を即時発動する真なる開発サーバーである AK ではなくて、そうなんです。
Yeah, I guess the Viper's all the more fitting for,
別の
especially for a Dunes folk. Oh, hey, look, he's got the mount, the fucking crazy future mount.
ちょっと神の力が抑えられてる。
抑えられてる
We're not in the almighty God mode type A servers. We're actually in the environment of the Media Tour.
Oh my god, this compression is
お
awful.
話しした
I promise it's not my stream.
竜ウェポンスキルだけ
Hey, look, you can see an alpaca.
お見せしますね
Okay, so first let us look at the dual blade weapon skills.
まあ実際にはいろんなものを混ぜていくので、これが別にローテーションというわけじゃないんですけど、ちょっとまず前提を分かりやすくするためにいきます。で、
So of course, with the actual combo skill rotations, you will need to kind of weave in between the different actions and weapon skills, but just showing off what this set looks like.
この中段にある
So
は
dual.
2の4と5の数字がついているところをなんとなく中心に見ててください。
And so if you could focus in on row 2 of the hotbars, especially the ones that said 4 and 5.
Oh, so it's just very flowy.
これが基本だと思ってます。アクションが置き換わってるの多分わかりますよ。
And you may be able to see that the actions are
I
automatic.
always feel like I'm very excited for a DPS drop and then don't actually fall in love with it, but I feel like if this is how I actually think it's gonna be, I might actually fall in love with it.
はい、変わってますね。いや、it changes.
Honestly, the main thing it made me think of was
これが
Monk
二
and
刀流
Reaper.
ってやつ。
So this is the dual
Like the way
blade.
you're flowing between...
で、合体剣ウェポンスキルを使い
So
ます。
next is the double blade weapon skill.
Interesting. So that had charges.
今のこの下段に並んでるのが最初からブレードを合体。今のこの下段に
Oh, it doesn't bring up tooltips. I was hoping it would, and then we'd be able to look at the base
さ
GCD.
せて攻撃していくウェポンスキル。
So
I mean,
the
it's a
actions
scouting
that are
job,
assigned
right?
To that bottom row,
So-
row 1 are those double blade weapon skills.
で、こうやって攻撃を繰り返していくとですね、ゲージが
Oh,
溜まっていきます。
their portraits are covering up the
So
tooltip.
of course, as you continuously execute your different skills, the gauge will accumulate.
で、このゲージを消費して、このそれおろし
So, okay,
必
so it's
殺状態に入る。
So do you spend the 50? Because that was the problem. The job action trailer didn't seem like they spent.
So when you accumulate enough in that gauge up there, you go into a boosted mode called Reawaken.
で、その状態に入ると、合体剣アビリティがガシガシ打てる状態になると思ってください。
And so once you have that Reawaken mode, you can execute the different double-bladed abilities.
ちょっとやってみますね。
はい。
We're gonna try some of them out.
Okay, so it did spend to give you the charges. It was just it didn't in the...
おー
Layers upon layers. That's because they use a skill to get them instantly. Okay, thanks, Hydra.
暴れ出しました。
で、こういう感じで
Yeah, okay, it's got the flow of Reaper, which I love Reaper's flow, but I think I might even like this more. It depends. Because, like, if it's flowing back and forth,
Because
I'm
the
excited.
actions
But if
are
it's...
automatically replaced on the hotbar, it might look like you're pressing the same button, but as you can see, there are many different skills and abilities that are being unleashed.
速さはなんとなく分かってもらいました、
But I think
Yeah,
you
it
might
is
be
so
able to get a
fast.
feel of just how quickly
立ってもら
skills and ability pressing the same button. But as you can see, there are many different skills and abilities that are being unleashed.
速さはなんとなく立ってもらいました。
But I think you might be able to get a feel of just how quickly we're moving.
もっとゆっくり回してって
I'll pray for you, Danny.
これもあるんですけど、
It's about how we want the skill of rotation executed slower, but
ゆっくり回すと火力下がるんですよね。
I'm potentially very excited.
slowly the damage output kind of slows down too.
Yeah, the debuff. Yeah, that's the parts that remind me more of Reaper.
すごくこうテンポがいいので、こうどんどんこうハイテンションに自分のテンションも上がっていくみたいな感じに仕上がっているので、まあそこが
Yeah, like the Battle of the Heroes on Mustafar.
いいなという気がします。
But as you can see, it is pretty fast paced, and you've got different actions that you're executing, and it kind of builds. So I think as you are going through your skill rotation, it kind of gets more exhilarating, and so I'm hoping that players would enjoy that aspect.
でまあそれをロシ
I hope I wasn't obviously able to see any of the buffs or anything. My hope is that as you go, it actually you're getting buffs that decrease your GCD or increase your GCD speed, because that would be like if just even if actually the tempo was getting faster and faster, it'd be really cool. I doubt it, but that'd be really cool. They're trying to avoid like GCD fuckery because of how much that can fuck with things.
まあそれらをこう溢れさせず叩き込
But
みながら
maybe they'll change.
であとはこの合体剣ウェポンスキルの方、リキャストタイム上ローテーション
Have active.
みたいな感じですね。
So once you
Is it
have
called trance?
activated.
So I feel, Lori. Here's my argument. What if that's because trance is being used in the story or elsewhere, where it might be more appropriate?
Reawaken, in kind of in that aura burst mode. The let's see, the global recast, or sorry, the cooldown is 2 seconds, but
Okay, it is 2
you
seconds.
need to execute your different sort of double-bladed abilities, and try not to sort of waste your recast time as it sort of counts back down.
ちなみにオーラバーストは私勝手に呼んでるだけで、それおろし
I like that. That's
アクショ
exciting.
ン名なんですけど、これねジョブクエストやらないと何のこっちゃわかんないんで、今便宜上そう呼んでます。
So of course, we have called it Aura Burst just for convenience sake. But if you play through the Job Quest series, you'll understand the naming behind the Reawaken action. So
まあ素剣おろし
Sure, Levi. Although I would point out that like the way 9 uses it in like holistically across the board with all the characters and like as part of the world, it's like it. Everyone I know of thinks of it like as like a very specific 9 thing with all the 9 references. That's more like what they'd be getting at. But you're not wrong that it has a prior incarnation.
the Japanese says Sore Oroshi. Sounds very similar to Soken, but not Soken.
It's flashy, I'll give it that. Okay, that's just this is such strong anime protagonist energy with all the teleporting, like Jesus.
話す内容としては割とシンプル。
Okay, so this is kind of brilliant. This is really brilliant design in my opinion. So it's 2-second GCD, so it's fast already. But one of the things is that the animations linger a little bit longer past the attack in such a way that it constantly looks like they're chaining. Because, like, watch. Swing. Plus the GCDs, yeah. Or the OGCDs.
話す内容としては割とシンプル。
Oh, this is brilliant.
ただ今この通常の
Yeah, rip to anyone with high ping, though. I feel for you. I'll pour one out on your game.
ようわからない人はまず最初のうちは光ってるアクションをしていけばいいです。はははは。
I don't...
So, there's not much
Yeah.
to say about it because it's quite straightforward, but basically, like, until you get used to it, I think it's best to just follow which icons kind of light up between the double blade and the dual blade abilities.
I'd also point out that a poison dot would effectively do the same thing as giving it to... I agree with you, Denny. Like, also, they've moved away from that, but also, like, basically it's already what the Reaper does with its thing. And it's not literally a poison dot, but it's effectively the same thing that you just be keeping up.
コンボをつないだりというつなぐっていうかローテーション的には必要ないんだけどID とかやってる時に範囲でまとめて
I guess with less impact
なってきていちいちそのゼロからやり直さなくてもいいよ途中がルートつながるようになってたりします
And of course, the ones on the right-hand side are more for your AoE attacks. Of course, some of the combos, it doesn't require you to do it, but like, say for example, you're in an instance dungeon, and once you kind of like have your tank pulled all the mobs kind of together, you can.
I could. It would take me a bit of time, but I could. Yeah.
Blade, single target dual.
I can't do it on the fly because a lot of it's kanji that I don't know well enough. I would have to like pull out a G-show real quick.
Abilities.
And a lot of it's like weird kanji that like you only see in like in a video game. I mean, not a lot of it. Some of it.
いや割とまあ単純じゃん見えるぞ、使うアクションというかボタンも少ないので、ただ
That too, Levi, good point. Yeah, but Dragoon has a dot more of as a legacy than anything. My point is that like in creating a new thing, I think they would avoid it.
ヘイストが自分にかかる、自分によだめアップのバフがかかる、敵に火ダメアップのバフがかかるっていう、おおむね3つの効果があるんですけど、これの状態とか残り時間に応じて1個のアクションからこう派生していくののどっちを使っていくか。
I personally hope they don't do a dot. I would really like a job that's about upkeeping that's not about upkeeping just a specific like dot debuff or and you're right, Levi, that it's like there's a difference for how it's punished.
Actions are assigned on the hotbar and the buttons that you're pressing might seem like it's very simple because there aren't as many buttons to keep track of, but you also are having to look at the different enhancements and enfeeblements that you have. Sometimes it's haste on yourself or damage dealt is increased. Sometimes it is...
Oh, interesting. So they did do the Synergist Saboteur thing I was talking about, but what they did is they melded it into a single target focus as part of the Viper.
The damage dealt by the enemy is...
That's interesting. I haven't heard anyone talk about that at all, which is that Viper is also, it's not just a fast melee, it's also a Synergist Saboteur.
And it's a debuff on that end. So,
and it's gay, good to glad to have you.
Attention to how much of that
glad you made it.
Left and choose the action that corresponds to whatever enhancement or enfeeblement that is assigned.
Well, だから結構考える
See, I find that much more interesting than like just upkeeping a single like dot or like it's a much more involved Synergist Saboteur like identity. I'm gonna be fascinated to see how that goes.
瞬間的に出てくるのかなと、敵のボスが今どういう状態にいるのかとか、あとは接近アクションも
Now that would be a limit break. The Great Serpent of Ronka.
So, you do need to be a bit strategic depending on how you want to approach, say, like a boss. Or there are also some close-ranged attacks that are available for the Viper.
あとは特定でこう遠隔攻撃が使えるようになって、それにもこう遠隔コンボがあるみたいな状態になって、
Interesting. You have a lot of ranged
ボスから
options.
離れなきゃいけない時に
I was not expecting
使
that.
うのか、その効果があるうちに使うべきなのか、
I mean, I guess not a lot, but you have
しょう
some.
がないのかみたいなところは考えながらやっていくことになるかなと思います。
And then conversely, you also have a ranged attack where you specify your enemy and then attack from afar. So if there is a situation where you can't necessarily be up close to the boss character, or say
Sounds good, Raven.
do you want to take advantage of the enhancement that you have to execute those actions, or do you decide, okay, well, I'm gonna let it go this turn and then come back to it some other time, etc.
How many of y'all actually play with damage numbers on?
リキャタイムが戻って
Doesn't seem like that part of utility.
なん
Yeah,
か
it
技
doesn't.
の効果内容までまだ
Although debuffing the enemy is a form of party utility, to be fair though, Lore. So like if they do have the saboteur side of it and not just the synergist side, maybe they do have some.
Recast time to get back so that we can show you at least some examples of like how these buffs and debuffs kind of affect your choice in which action to execute.
合体剣ウェポンスキルを使います。まず
So we would use we will first use a double blade action.
で、そのうち派生するアクションが2個存在してます。
And then from that, you will see it'll branch off to 2 different actions.
で、そのうちの2段目にどっちのアクションを使っても構わないんですけど、まあこれシチュエーションに応じて自分で考えて使うんですけど、それによって後のコンボルートがまあ変わったりします。
So with these 2 actions,
Also, since this music started playing when he attacks the
depending on the situation,
dummy, I'm pretty sure
you'd
this
have
is the
to
battle
kind of
music.
choose which one, and then the combo route from there will kind of differ.
いきますね。まず初段入れると、同じ。
Yeah, but man, y'all are crazy. I know I'm the crazy one because I'm the only one who's differing,
Land
but
at the
like
first one, and then you
I have
see 2
every
actions.
UI element possible turned off that I don't. That is not necessary.
So let's use 3 first.
そうするとアビリティがこっち使いなさい。で、こういうコンボになりますね。
And then go from 6 then to 5.
で、
Yeah.
2を使うと
2 breaks off onto another.
Yeah, that's fair, Levi.
So
Yeah.
those 2 do not light up in this instance if you use that second action.
で、同じで今度は1を合体剣の1を使ったから2を使う。
Interesting. So your buffs aren't just about buffing; it's about giving you buffs that will allow you to use
Next
the
we're
next
gonna do
certain
that
next
sort of
actions.
double-bladed that attack 1 and then go from 2 and see how that changes.
I wonder how that will like level out with
2を
like
使います。
if you're just gonna basically have a perfect rotation and then that's all you
こっちから
do.
光ったんですけどこっちから光る。
This time the
間違った
skill that lit up was different from when we used that third button in the row 1.
でこうやって間違って他のウェポンスキルを使うとハイロスみたいな
なるほど。
感じになってしまうので、
And if you don't use the correct action, so to speak, you kind of lose out on your optimal damage.
まあこの辺はぜひね木人を叩いて馴染んでいただければいいんですが。
So we recommend you get some practice, maybe use a striking dummy to get used to the actions.
Yeah, Reaper Monk is what it makes me think of. Jesus. I mean, you go into freaking your aura burst mode, just like. I don't have damage numbers on, don't need them. Average on percentage are more useful to know. Yeah, I'm in that ballgame.
そういった
If
つ
you
もり
go
だ
for,
けど
that
確か
would
にそう
suck, but it wouldn't surprise me given the game.
1個補足なんですけど、
I think I have it set to where I see my own job animations. Everyone else is done. Oh god, I didn't even consider seeing others numbers. That would be
そ
impossible.
れは付与した
I mean,
バイパーからの
madness.
ダメージだけが上がるなのでシナジーとかじゃないっていうのを言えとフォローが
I mean, it has the dancer vibe in that, like,
Out of the
you're
3 enhancements,
constantly
or
adjusting, but it doesn't have the
buff
luck
debuffs.
component.
So the third one was supposed to be the damage, the damage received by the enemy. The damage that the Viper deals to the enemy is increased. So it's not meant to be like synergy, so to speak, but
Okay, so it's not.
a buff that the Viper needs to pay attention to in order to decide on the appropriate
You were right, Levi.
action
であとはまあせっかく文句からバフデバフ業種をなくしたって言ってんのに
Congratulations, Melee, you have a black
コメン
mage.
トもいただいてるんですけど、こっちはこの光る HUD 側でちゃんと次どっち使うといいですよっていうのを誘導する仕組みを新しく
Yeah, I'm the same, Danny.
こっちを中心に見てもらえればと思います。
And one more comment. There seems to have been mention from the comments that we just mentioned that Monk is going to do away with kind of having to stare at the buffs, debuffs, and the timers. So now are we forced to do that in the Viper job? But that is not the case. We have set up the job HUDs so that it'll guide you with like lighted elements and things like that so that you can recognize which direction you should go in terms of choosing which action to pick next.
So Monk, but it makes sense, is what they're saying. But Monk, but it's intuitive. I thought Samurai was Black Mage. Yeah, fair point.
ぜひですね、この2本の剣を持ち、スタイリッシュにかつスピーディーに戦ってみたいという方はですね、ぜひ使っていただけると嬉しく思います。
So yeah,
New videos this week on Final Fantasy XIV
that's
Archive.
about it
1.0
for-
minor.
in
Tinker,
terms of
Ray.
explanation. I think it's best if you try it out and get a feel for it yourself. But I think this is a job where if you master it, you can really get involved and really into it. So if you're interested in utilizing
I would definitely describe Monk as very reasonable once you get into it. I would not describe it as intuitive. I've never shown it to someone and they've been unable to intuitively figure out what order makes sense and they're supposed to go in. They can understand that there's like supposed to be a flow in an order, but it's not clear to them what it is. I would say though it takes very little to make it understandable. Once someone like quickly explains
this job
it.
with the 2 blades to fight stylish and in a very speedy way, I definitely recommend
I've watched a lot of people just press the glowy buttons and not really know what was optimal.
I would encourage you to give it a try.
そうですね、単体と範囲が同時に光ってるから押す選択肢が多く見えるっていうのは確かにあると思うんですけど、これはさっきお話ししたように単体攻撃してから、そのまましてるので、まあちょっとこの 3×3 のブロックってもらえれば。
Another comment was that it looks like there's a lot of skills that get lit up with the single target ones as well as the AoE. But that's because with these different skill rotations, you can use single target attacks and then connect it to an AoE to do your combos, or you can choose to just.
I was just saying that you can
your
go single AoE, AoE single.
So, as you can see in the hotbars that are set up here, you can
Kiko, good to see what have you.
assign all of your single target attacks in one block. In this example,
Hope you have a good
we have
time.
the 3x3 hotbar set up so that you've got a single target on one side and then the other side after like a single row of extra ones.
And also not pay
you
attention
have
back
your
months.
AoE attacks. So maybe that might help with the visibility, and if you look at it, it'll make more sense.
はい、大丈夫そうですね。はい。
Also, speaking of Yoshi P saying nightmare, I want to defend the man and say this. 1.0 is not there. 1.0 classic servers should never be a thing. There is not a value to bringing them back. Those maps are nightmares. 1.0 was not a game worth saving. I emphatically agree. I do think there's a couple of cool things, and ships flying through the air and the scale of some of the maps. But like, yeah, 1.0 was cool when we explored it with those servers, but boy is 1.0 not.
バイパー
Yeah.
の説明が長いって言ってちょっto 喧嘩になってるコメントがあるんで
1.0 was terrible.
落ち着いてください。ごめんなさいね。新ジョブなんでちょっとどうしても長めに説明させてもらってます。すいません。
If you want to know what happened in 1.0, just watch Ray Ray's videos.
I'm sorry, the explanation for Viper, although we said it's simple, it became pretty long. But it is a new job, and we wanted to kind of dig deeper into it. So apologies, but we'll move on.
はい、では、以上新ジョブ近接命令 DPS、はい、バイパーの説明でございました。
Okay, so that wraps it up for the new melee DPS Viper.
はい、
Makes sense.
ありがとうございます。Thank you very much.
いや、私も同じ点。
Some people might be hesitant to jump into trying Viper, but you know, I was also kind of worried myself because when I first started the check process and looked at the documents that are related to the Viper job, I was like, what does this all say?
まあなので一番最初にこのパワーポイントで説明した通り、まあ、二刀流で戦うウェポンスキルと剣を合体させて戦うウェポンスキルとその特定のモード状態に突入した時に合体剣のアビリティを凄まじい勢いで振る3つのモードをうまく使い分けて戦うんですというふうに最終的には落ち着くと思うんで、それでまずい。
And are dual bladed attacks where you have the blade in each hand, and then you have the double blade where you have the two blades put together, and then there's like a third sort of when you get into that mode, reworking mode, you can utilize the different abilities using the double blade. I think that
I'm about to
that's what it
vipe your
boils down
windows.
to.
はい、では
Viper no viping.
先へ進んでいきましょう。
はい、お願いします。
Okay, next.
ね、
はい。
まず共通近接と同じくですね。
Of course, so moving on to word will be increased in the 90th level range.
固有のダメージ軽減バフ効果量を
15%.
入るようにはなるんで。
An increase in the defensive abilities, but that also probably means there's going to be various different attacks that will come from the different enemies.
からいきましょ
First point.
う。賢人のバラード、軍神のパイオン、余震
Oh,
の敵への
smart. So now you can actually,
バフ
yeah.
アクションに今
I
回
think Des mentioned that.
しております。
And now we're back to the
First
PowerPoint.
point reads Mage's Ballad, Army's Paeon, and the attack.
一致パーフェクト、まあ多数の敵との戦いでもまあ使いやすいということになる。
Okay.
And another notable point here is Pitch Perfect will be changed into an AoE attack for ease of use in encounters with multiple enemies.
Man, so much of this feels like a 0.3 patch minor changes to some jobs. I'm shocked.
あとはそうこうブロックしまあそのシチュエーションに応じてこう選択できるようにしたりとかそういった細かいところも調整しており
Include some of the procs, the single attack proc Straight Shot Ready, and then AoE proc Shadow Bite Ready will become merged so that we can kind of organize the elements. So the procs are going to be kind of streamlined, so to speak.
Sorry if I
you'll
missed it,
be
Greg.
able to sort of select whether you want to utilize your proc for a single target attack or an AoE attack.
はいまあ他にも
I mean, that explains the blue cloud, Ryan.
But I think that covers the major ones here.
That's it for Bard? Really?
はいあと今遅れて来られた方のために今日一つ一つのジョブに対して全部の変更点とか全部の追加アクションをご紹介しているわけじゃなくてそういったところはメディアツアーが始まっておりますのでメディアの皆さんからめちゃくちゃな詳細が出ると思いますのでそちらをご覧いただければと思います。
Yeah, I'm really hoping you're right, Hydra, and that we get early rework
And for those who are
level
joining
reworks.
Later in the broadcast, just to reiterate, we are not going to be covering every single detail of the new actions or the additional elements to each of the jobs. We have a global
Yeah,
media
not the
trends
full
happening
list.
right now, so we will be seeing.
行こうかと思います。
They're
同
gonna
じ
let
く
the
です
people
ね、
go.
基本的に遊びやすくなる調整とレベルアップに伴う新規アクションの追加
And make new
50のこう、ドリル
age. It's
何ドリルを頭に装備だってっていう謎のコメントを見てちょっと吹いてしまった
sorry, just kind of cracked up at a comment somebody made about drill equipping the drill on your head. What?
あとはシンプルにヒートブラスト
Interesting. So preventing overcapping by just allowing you to straight use the thing.
追加されますので、そういったところも楽しみにして
Charge drill
the
charges.
upper tier, actions added for heat blast, gauss round, and ricochet with the level cap being raised.
さて続いては踊り子です
Next is the dancer.
踊り子は本当に純粋にレベルアップに伴うアクション追加、まあ既存アクションからさらにこう追撃を出せるみたいなところがもう本当にメインになってます。
So with the dancer too, it's just a simple sort of expanding of the actions with the raised level cap, and then some additional like follow-up.
They're giving us a flourish for our flourish,
to
guys.
Existing actions.
まあ今もう出てるのの他にももう一個出しちゃって大丈夫です。テクニカルフィニッシュ後に使用できる、スプリを消費するアクションをさらにね追加してたりもします。
Okay, cool.
So the first point is of
More
course,
things
as
to do.
written, and then a new action which consumes a spirit can be executed after technical finish will be added.
まああとはですねステップアクションを変え
So 8.0, we thinking what range DPS in a tank?
アクションが追加されてたりとか、まあ全体的に正当にそのままパワーアップしてって感じですね。
And then there's also an action that will allow or grant the effects of standard step without having to have to go through the step actions or something like that as well.
さてさて大丈夫ですか。そうなんですよ。正当まっすぐ進化してるんで、あんまり話することがなくてですね。
I would have once called you say you're smoking that copium, Levi, but after what he said at I think it was JP Fan Fest, man, I don't know. Give us a pirate class. Neve, good to glad to have you. And if we were gonna get it, I think this was the time we were gonna get it.
I'm in Japan right now, so yeah, if it's too long, I guess. DPS.
Hey. I am actually genuinely interested in the Black Mage editions.
Again, this is going to be updates that go across the board.
レベル90台で迅速魔のリキャストを40秒に短縮。
Swift
Interesting.
cast recast will be reduced to 40 seconds in the 90s level range.
相当いろいろ組み込みやすくなるんじゃないかなとは思いますね。
I think it'll make it make for opportunities to weave in more things.
さらにもう一個、
Yep. Breaking out of the 90 seconds.
レベル90台でアドルの効果時間を15秒に延長する強化が入ります。
Battle's duration will be increased to 15 seconds in the 90s level.
Same as what they did with the reprisal.
さあではこういう
Definitely not just a buffs to Yoshipi's beloved job.
まず黒魔導士からです。一番大きい変更点がこちらです。
So the biggest major update for Black Mage is this.
MP が
Interesting.
タイミングで
Honestly, that makes sense. Yeah, making it upon landing the spell rather than just time.
So
That's
the restoration
actually-
of MP has been updated so that it's not dependent on the time elapsed.
まあやっぱりこれ最後
I think you could do Corsair as long as you make the hex gun like you make it
他のジョブがローテーション
like Lady Luck mixed with like the hex gun thing. Although my favorite idea for range DPS that I want is Chemist. Merowith's
So this
class,
was one
the
of
Musketeer.
the-
Well, the problem is the Musketeer was going to lead into, like, effectively would have led into Machinist, and you even have a Musketeer who would have trained that job and that for that, like, not clan, what's the word, but guild, is one of the machinist teachers who teaches you to, you know, shoot the Rogadin. So like, I don't think Merweb's job, I wouldn't really get it.
Remained from when we relaunched as ARR, and we were trying to figure out how we wanted to settle on this, but I think we have, not made our decision, but like this is how the conclusion we've come to at this time.
あとは
That makes sense.
動画でも先ほどちょっと
Making it about use of abilities rather than just time.
ついに黒魔門が一回出したやつを一回だけ
And all of the black mages wept with joy.
And then the second point here, you may have noticed in the job action video, but once you lay your ley lines, just once this action will allow for you to reposition your ley lines.
まあなので置いた瞬間に巨大な床が出て涙に濡れるみたいなことはなくなるので誰かにステップしてそこに
I mean, how different... we've had that. It's an argument as old as time.
So now, whenever you run into an issue where you place your ley lines and then suddenly it's raid wide, you have to move.
How would you differentiate Puppet Master in 14 that doesn't make it a minion job, makes it different than Summoner, and now also makes it different than what Beastmaster would be?
You can ethereal manipulate and then jump over and reassign your ley lines.
まあ結構この MP のところが変わったことによってローテーションはなんですか基本はあんまり変わらないようにはしたんですけど
Right, but how is that other than stylistically actually effectively different than what Summoner does?
まあこれ以上はあんまりね
Like mechanically, what's the thing that makes Puppet Master like different? Because it can't just be the weapon, because the weapon's like already your equipment.
And so with the changes of how
the name is different.
You
know, you got me there.
I think the rotation may or may not change, but I think it kind of makes you have to think about where you want to, or like the timing at which you want to execute some of these. And then also with the raised level cap, we will be adding new actions. So I think those are the major updates to Black Mage.
すでにいくつかの欲深いコメントが
I wonder if Black Mage mains are liking these changes or not.
何言ってるんですか
I gotta admit, I'm a fan.
Comment says, oh, you can move ley line only once?
Of course, it's just once.
Of course. 何回も呼べるわけないでしょうが
There's no way you can reposition your ley lines multiple times.
あとコメントでついてきてほしいっていうのもあったんですけどそれなんてえの
Only once ever, so pick wisely. Everyone just puts it out in like
Some
the
people are
open
mentioning it would
world.
be nice if the ley lines just followed the players, but then what's the purpose of Enochian?
はい次のジョブいきます
Okay, next job.
召喚師です、まず一つ目、まあ、こちらも動画でねご覧いただいた通りバハムート・フェニックスに並ぶ新たな召喚獣
Okay, so now it's so the TikTok's gone, I guess, unless it goes TikTok.
And so you may have noticed in the job action video, we have Solar Bahamut is a new summon akin to Bahamut and Phoenix, which will be added.
Look, I'll just take a Blitzball as a weapon skin for Dancer. Just give me Blitzball, I beg of you. Give me Blitzball and Gold Saucer, just give me somewhere. Blitzball somewhere.
なんでもう一体ちょっと違う姿のバハムートっていうのを今回追加しております。
So there were rumblings about how the current Bahamut looks something along the lines of what the Allegan Empire might have described Bahamut is, and perhaps this might not be its true form. So that was kind of the thinking behind bringing in another Bahamut with a different appearance.
It's interesting though because if you think about them as the great worm, like the sun worm. I mean, solar makes sense, right? He's he's the dawn worm, and Tiamat's the dusk worm, right? So like it makes sense. Like his association with the sun. I mean, the Dawn Father. There's an insinuation that that's where the legend of the Dawn Father and Dusk Mother comes from in this step. But what's interesting to me about its design is its design does not scream the visual stylings of the other oh my god, First Brood, you know?
パーティーもう一個出して OK で、パーティーバフであるシェアリングライトの後に、攻撃アクションとしてさらに発生するアクションを1個追加してあります。
And the second point says a new action that can be executed after searing light would be added. So basically, after the party buff action, which is searing light, there will be an action that will allow for you to attack.
なので召喚師も新たな召喚獣が加わるということで、
Yeah.
ローテーションが
You're not wrong, Levi.
And so, with the introduction of a new summon, your skill rotation.
It's also
will,
possible,
of course, be
Benny, that we
updated
could just
based
get
on
one
that.
job. I mean, they've threatened that in the past. And if I had to pick one, I would bet range DPS because we need one badly.
バハムーと
We need a range DPS much more than we need a tank. And we had just had a healer with Dawn Endwalker.
順番的にははい
Specifically speaking, you'd be summoning Solar Bahamut, then Bahamut, Solar Bahamut again, and then.
Good
Phoenix.
question. I'd have to go
そ
with
して
Fending
皆さんが気にされている
if I had to guess at random.
蘇
SK
生
thinks
魔法
maiming.
リザレクについて
Yeah, tank and range is my bet if they do too. But I would say that at this point, I would look towards if they had like a really great idea for a healer, they would just do a healer. I think if they felt like they had a really great idea for something, they would do that in break order.
And then also,
But the safe bet is range DPS and
hot
tank.
debate, perhaps, is the resurrection.
今回のアップデートが、まあ、純粋に使い勝手向上
Keep leading summoner into a more
まっすぐ
offensive disposition
アップグレ
and
ードしてい
take.
こうということなので激論の末、
I love it having a res, but
シリーズ
like
では残すことに
I think you
し
can
ました
sacrifice it to give it a stronger identity.
And so, with the updates that we are
Charlie, good to glad to have
this
ya.
upcoming expansion was
Someday.
focused on.
To be fair,
how to
Pictomancer's,
streamline
adjacent.
these different actions
But,
for the
but
different
us
jobs, or
Geomancer
how
fans
to
will,
make it-
will be smoking that copium. I look, I'm going to be honest. I think in a lot of ways, Pictomancer, I think, fulfills aspects of the niche that Geomancer would have. So honestly, with Pictomancer existing, I now would be surprised if Geomancer did because of the way in which Pictomancer is like using elemental wheels for the paint and, but we'll see.
Streamline these different actions for the different jobs, or how to make it smoother and more comfortable for the players. And so, after much heated debate, we will be keeping Resurrection throughout 7.0 and 7.x.
ただ今後まあさっき前半でもその 8.0
It's not long for this world.
みたいなところの話をスタートしてるって、
So Geomancer is okay. So Geomancer is closer to Astro in that its fundamental principles are the same. It draws from Aether of the Land, whereas Astro draw from the Aether of the Stars. But the thing is that the actual practices of there's a more so like for instance, if you like Swallow's Compass, is an example that there's more elemental practices like both of them, for instance, in a sense, split off from basic conjury, but especially in Othard, the like usage of elemental magics is much more strongly linked to geomantic spells. So while it's it uses shielding, it uses magics to create shields and preserve from evil and yada yada. There's a lot more strong offensive and elemental magics, almost like World of Warcraft Shaman, I guess would be the the main thing is just that fundamentally their underlying principles are the same. The difference just being one draws from stars in the heavens and one draws from the stars beneath the feet.
お話を軽くしましたけど、 その中ではおそらくジョブの個性をさらに出していくっていう上でもなくなっていく可能性が非常に高いと思いますので、ちょっとここはね。
Do you mean the blind frost in the north? If you mean the blind frost up here, yeah. I think we go to the blind frost as either an explorable zone, a variant dungeon. I think the blind frost is not a it's never a map for like an expansion. I think it's just either an explorable zone, a variant dungeon, probably not like an alliance raid, but something like that, or maybe a dungeon.
永久にそうってわけじゃないということで、まあただ少なくとも
I would say high that we go there between 7.0 and 8.x. I think the reason we go there is for something like either a dungeon, variant dungeon, or explorable zone, or deep dungeon, like one of those.
7.x シリーズ中は残すということに判断しました。
That said, I did briefly mention about how discussions for the
are mixed by mains because the new gauge isn't too exciting to them and the Umbral Ice Phase changes kills non-standard Black
that
Mage.
Said, I did briefly mention about how discussions for the next expansion, potential 8.0, has already started, and we were discussing
Adventure
about how
Field,
to
yes.
bring out the individuality of.
Is that the official term for the exploration zones?
There's a high chance that we might have this discussion and resurrection might be removed from the skill set of the summoner. But for now, for the time being, throughout the 7.x series, we will keep it in its skill set.
I'm a fan of the 2 and 2. Like, we got 2 healers, two pure, 2 shield. I'd love casters like 2 damage oriented, 2 support oriented. I mean, they're still damage oriented, but like slight, niches. Like, give me that shit. Field operation is the official term.
Okay, next is the red mage.
まず一つ目。 まあ基本的には遊びやすくなる調整と、まあ
This is pretty universal. They've been doing this,
追加っていうところが主になって
trying
ま
to
す。
prevent people from overcapping.
So of course
That's
with
handy.
the red mage, also the basic thinking behind the updates are the usability, making it more streamlined, and also adding new actions with the
たんですけど、そうです。
original, but it's going to be changed into something that will allow execution of enchanted sword play actions without cost, so that it would prevent that sort of wasted resources.
あとはもう一個出していいです。こちらは範囲魔法剣コンボなんですけど、こちらも単体コンボと同じく消費、3段コンボに調整しているので、ちょっとこの辺がずれるのも気持ち悪かったので。
OE enchanted sword play black mana and these what we made
10ですげえ気持ち悪い。
yeah it was 50 mana total, which kind of didn't match the 60 so
あとはまあ純粋進化なんですけど、まあエンボルデン実行した後に攻撃アクションが1個使えるように。
Yeah, basically. I mean, to be fair, Hydra, yeah, that's what they tried to do. So they tried to listen to the feedback.
and then some minor changes include whenever embolden is executed, there
Interesting,
will be an
Demi,
additional
interesting.
action, an attack ability.
さあでは既存、遠隔魔法 DPS キャスター加藤。
For the existing magical ranged DPS, so we'd like to show off
Pictomancer.
はい、
Ooh.
お願いします。Yes, please.
まず特徴。
Am I crazy? I feel like its icon is a little bit more busy than most of the other icons. I might just be mad.
So some characteristics of the Pictomancer.
I like it, but
まあ絵を描くんですけど、絵にはまあ種類がございまして、その種類によって出る効果がちょっと異なる。
Picto.
まあ
Be-
まずは絵
y'all
を描
excited
い
for
て、
Pictomancer?
アビリティでそれを具現化した後そこから強力な魔法をさらに。
I gotta be honest. Flavor-wise, I love the easels. like visibility and stuff wise, these I hate these. These are like I don't know why. It's just like it feels so. I'm glad it has a lot of character. I'm probably turning this to simple mode right away.
発動するみたいなイメージで見てください。
So of course, there's going to be drawings. We call them different motifs that the Pictomancer will draw, I guess.
Simplified
and
job
then,
UI
each of
forever.
them have different abilities that can be executed with different effects, of course. And then you render them in order to sort of attack your enemies, and then you kind of collect. Or not collect, but you do multiple of those in order to execute an even more powerful spell.
あとはパーティーや自身に対するバフっていうのもありますよと。
So it is
And
very
of course,
supporty.
the Pictomancer is also capable of granting buffs to the party and themselves.
まあ火力が出ないピクトマンサーはもしかしたら絵の下手な吉田って呼ばれる可能性はあるかもね。
So Pictomancers that may not have a very high damage output might be like Yoshida, who can't draw very well.
さあではまあ
Too clean. That's an issue I hadn't considered, Crepe.
順番に説明していこうかなと実機で思います。
お願いします。
So I think words might not be able to describe what the Pictomancer can do. So let's look at it in game.
大丈夫そうか。
はい、大丈夫です。
あなたが急にねキーをガチャガチャガチャって叩き始めるとね
大変失礼しま
何かあったかってちょっとビビる。
Just double checking.
The amount of Moogle theming in this is hilarious.
Again.
さあさ
I wish they would show the simplified UI. Because, like, literally, if the simplified UI was the exact same but without the easels underneath, I think I would be happy.
So this is, of course, the AF gear for the
Oh,
Pictomancer.
I want to pay happy little trees.
あ、まあ使う
Ray Ray, you never cease to surprise me.
まあこんなもんです。
Are you guys seeing his Lalafel's face? He's got the evil
As you can see
Lalafell
from
face,
the
like,
bars,
as the
these are
passive
different
face.
Actions that are available for the Pictomancer.
この
You can't really see it through all the compression.
左手に持ってるのはパレットで、ここのデザインも武器ごとにかなり凝ったものが用意されていたりします。
Of course, in the left hand is the paint palette, and depending on the weapon or the brush set, the design of the palette is also different, and our team is very particular about the designs of these per the different sets. So
まずちょっとこの HUD を見ていただきたいんですけど、
let's take a look at the job HUD here.
まあ絵を描く。
You know, my rationale for Green Mage actually, I feel like, ended up being, in some ways, on the money, just wrong on the job.
So the
synergist saboteuring and all that.
Draw or sketch. There are 3 different kinds.
で、具体的には生物の絵、それから武器の絵、
Just a little bit better visual-wise,
風
yeah.
景の絵っていう3つがあります。
So these 3 different motifs involve a creature one, a weapon one, as well as a landscape one.
で HUD は
Okay.
この左からこのカンバスが、ここが生物の絵で
That's the
真ん中
creature
が武器の絵、そして一番右が風景の絵っていう風に覚えてください。
Okay.
And you have 3 pieces, 3 canvases in your job HUD. From the left, that's where your creature motif goes. Second, or the middle one, will be the weapon. And then the landscape will be to the far right.
ああもう一回言ってくれっていう早くもリクエストがありましたの
They
で
kind of, like, made a great job for them in some ways, because now all they have to do is add more
実
painting
際に絵
options,
を描けるように
basically.
しましょうじゃあ
Okay, but imagine the first time that, like, we get to an expansion where you forget how to do one of the paintings. The amount of memes that would come out of
Let's
that.
actually try doing some of these drawings or motifs.
まず戦闘中絵を描く
Yeah, that's gonna be a being able to swap it out for a canvas or a drawing tablet with Photoshop. That's gonna be the Solution 9 weapon
っていう行為
skill.
は詠唱を伴う、アクションになりますが、非戦闘中とかコンテンツに入った直後っていうのは、詠唱なしで絵を描けるようになります。
So during combat, in order to draw or create a motif, there will be cast time involved. But when you're outside of combat, there is no requirement for casting time.
このホットバーの C8、C9、C0 っていうところが
Picto pom pom, picto hanama, hama. Picto hanma? Isn't just hamma?
3種
Anyway.
の絵を描くコマンドだと
Picto sky. Okay. So literally picto palm, picto hammer, picto sky.
思ってください。まあモーグリのこのボンボンが書いてあるやつが生物の絵を描く。
I
ハ
mean,
ンマ
that's
ー
what
が書い
literally
てあるや
shows
つ
up.
が武器の絵を描く。でこの風景のアイコンが風景を描きます。この3つだと思ってください。
So you see in the hotbar, Control 8, Control 9, and Control 0 has pom-pom, weapon, and landscape, respectively. So pom-pom does the creature, the hammer, of course, creates the weapon, and then landscape is, well, landscape.
描きますね。
Okay, so we're going to start to...
これ今詠唱がないので
The palm created the palm.
書きましたけど、ここに描かれたの分かりますね。
Of course, we're not engaged in combat right now, so you didn't see cast time, and it was instant. But as you can see on the far left, we see the creature motif.
So what incentivizes using certain ones over other ones?
Next, we will do a weapon motif.
I don't know, maybe they do.
書かれましたね。
And there it is.
で最後風景の絵を描きます。
Next is a landscape.
今の状態は、まあ、非戦闘状態なので今のように走りながらでも別に、描いたりとかできるので非戦闘中にいちいち立ち止まって描かなきゃいけないみたいなわけじゃないのでそこは便利になるようにはしてあります。
So of course, right now we're outside of combat, so it's instant, and then even if you're moving around, you can create your motifs.
まずこの3種類あるんだというのだけ一旦覚えておいてください。
So as a first step, let's remember that there are these 3 different motifs.
先にお伝えしやすい絵とは切り離された魔法の説明をしたいと思います。
So before we go into how these motifs come into play, let us explain the different magic, let's see, ether hue elements of the Pictomancer in combat.
で魔法
Interesting.
には
I see.
So with the ether hue, the icon will be automatically replaced with the next step in the combo route. So it's kind of like a skill rotation combo.
キャストします。置き換わって
Okay.
変わります。
Fire. Is that gonna do
See that
wind?
it's been automatically replaced.
And then ice. So red, green, blue. And then
この
blue
同
put a
系統の
dot.
ラインの3つの魔法
Okay, actually, wait, let me go back and let me read the abilities. Red fire.
します。
Red fire.
置き換わって
Is that gonna be, yeah, green, green arrow. Okay, so red fire, green arrow, and then it's gonna be what, blue water or
See
blue
that it's
mizu,
been
please?
automatically
Probably
replaced.
blue water. Blue water, yep.
この同系統のラインの3つの魔法、まあ、
I wonder what it says for
色に
ice.
関わるこの
Maybe
魔
it'll be like
法
white ice, white to ice.
光に近い
Red to fire.
色を使
So you can do red
う
to
と
fire again. But does it just end on blue if you do that?
ゲージが溜まって増えたように、白いインクが使えるようになりました。
So with the ether hue combo, once it's related to colors basically, or maybe like light might be a close concept too. But as you can see in that palette gauge, you can now see that you have white color available.
なんかちょいちょい
Okay,
吉田
so
のマイ
those
ク
are
が
just
遠いって言われるの
charged.
Oh, sorry, I'm just adjusting Yoshida's mic really
あ
quickly.
の遠ざかるんだよ。そうなるとここに、
Realize that
ない魔法が使えるようになるんですから、こう消化して、栄唱のない魔法が使えるようになるんです。
Okay, that was an OGCD.
so you can
Okay, so that was the
utilize
white.
that, one of the charges on that palette gauge to execute an instant sort of action spell.
もう一回やりますね。
はい。
これが弱めの
Red, green,
栄
blue.
唱が早い魔法ですね。
So this is a less powerful.
It really just
but,
is
relatively
color
quick to
theory.
cast, magic spell.
で、
Okay, you
こ
got
の
me.
もう一個、ゲージがこうレインボーのやつ増えてってますよね。
I love the color.
So it
So, when I was 4 years old and I saw The Phantom Menace in theaters in 1999, my mother brought me home, and she asked me, "Hey, young Elioaux, what was your favorite character?" And I looked at her straight in the eyes at 4 years old and said, "My favorite character was the color theory, because apparently I loved the colors of the lightsabers and the usage of like vivid colors so goddamn much." With that said, I might have to try some
in addition to
Pictomancer.
the palette gauge, you see like a rainbow kind of gauge also.
これを50消費すると、このパレットを変更する、ひっくり返すっていうアクションが使え
No,
る。
no, no, go back. Sabuto. Sabutorakuti.
パレットを変更する、ひ
Okay.
っくり返すっていうアクションが使えるようになるので、
So you're gonna charge to the palette for fit.
色の属性というかを変更するみたいなイメージだと思ってください。
And by consuming some charge, 50 charge off of that rainbow gauge, you can activate subtractive palette, which basically kind of flips over the palette, kind of changes the element of your ether hue.
これを使うと
Interesting.
今度は属性
So then you go
色の
into
属性
ice,
を
lightning, and
さっき白
earth.
系だったのを
So Shiro's still there. Xian. Xian. Cheyenne. Oh,
栄唱は
Cyan.
長いけ
Okay.
ど強力な
Yeah, that makes sense.
魔法を
I can't read that. It's too late. It's way too late. Erosuto.
栄唱しながらさらに強力な
Can't.
こうブラックコメットみたいなさっきのホワイトホーリーでしたよね。
It's
So
really
of
hard to make
course,
through with the compression.
Earlier, we utilized the white color to cast
Fen, Earth. The Earth, Yellow, Magenta, Purple, Lightning. Sign.
Holy
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
in white with the subtractive palette, and you change the elements of the ether hue. Your different sort of ether hue spells will expand. Of course, cast times will become a little bit longer, but they are going to be a bit more powerful. So you saw like
That's
Thunder in
cool.
magenta, or like Comet in black, and things like that.
説明が分かりやすくするためには魔法だけの説
I
明
feel like Pictomancer has a lot of
基
room
本
to be
は
really
魔法は
cool.
これがベースだと思ってください。
Ah, if only I liked playing
ゲージを
DPS.
貯めてゲージを消費して、より強力な魔法を使っていく。で普段は栄唱が短くてちょっと威力が抑えられてるやつを中心に唱えながら溜まったら切り替える。これが魔法側だけの話です。はい。
So this is just the ether hue things. So as you can see, the basic movements is you try to accumulate your palette gauge and your rainbow gauge so that you can utilize the charges that are accumulated to unleash more powerful ether hue spells.
あとはちょっと絵の
I like it.
説明に行く前に、まあ他のサブ系のアクションだけ説明しちゃいますけど。
And then before we jump into the motifs and the different pictomancy, I also wanted to go over some of the sub actions.
Movement!
まあ向いている方向で
Fucking gave it a dash. Okay.
移動する移動アクションっていうのがあります。
I may have fallen in love.
So there is an action that will allow for you to move quickly towards the direction you're facing.
Do it again. Do it again.
だけちょっと足が速くなる効果が。
I love movement abilities so much.
And then you see an enhancement. For a short period of time, your movement speed will increase.
意外と長距離移動しますので、向きやステージの減りにはご注意ください。
So
Yeah, they basically did give this
go a
platooning
pretty
slide,
good
didn't they?
distance with this action. So be careful when you get to the edge, so that you don't fall off of the platform.
では
Guys, we're gonna lose so many Pictomancers on week 1. We're gonna lose so many Pictomancers on week 1.
あとは範囲攻撃だったりっていうところが
Glad to please, Light.
で、ここから絵を使ったアクションの説明に入ろうと思います。
And then on the top row of the hotbar, those are some of your AoE attacks. So we're going to skip detailed in
20
detailed
seconds.
explanation on that. So we're gonna go into
Yeah, it was
the
20.
motif and pictomancy.
これね、横に並んでるから、
As far as I'm concerned, give every job a movement ability. Just make it very like stylized and personalized to each job, so they have their own versions, like Hell's Ingress and Egress, the Picto Dash, the multiple dancer dodges, the like.
横にこの効果を使っていくイメージがあるのかもしれないんですけど、なんとなく今までのジョブのイメージ、他のジョブのイメージ。
Instant transmission with Monk.
So with these actions, because it looks like it's side by side, it might make you think that well, it's something that you utilize with the 3 in the row.
Yeah, Summoners is
3つの絵はそれぞれ独立したカテゴリ
Certainly
ー
something.
の絵なので、連動すること自体はないです。
That said, although they are next to each other, they are individual like motifs that you can utilize. So they're not necessarily connected to each other.
まず生物の絵、この一番左だけを見てってください。ここから説明を始めます。
Okay, so we'll start with the creature motif on the left.
If Ifrit just allowed you to dodge forward at any angle rather than only to the boss, and as long as you hit their ring or whatever it counted, or if you could choose which direction it dashed you while still doing the damage, it would be fine. The problem is it dashes you into close range, but that's only really inhibits you, and the few times it could be useful, because it's stuck in the rotation, you can't use it at will anyways.
今先ほど、ポンポンの絵を描きましたので、この絵をまず具現化するっていうアクションがこれです。
Imagi
イマジンポンポン。
So let's start with the creature motif. You have created the motif, but then you need to render it in order to actually execute this as an attack.
じゃあイマジンポンポン使う
Japanese is pretty silly.
使うとどうなるかちょっとお見せしますね。いいですか、アニさん。イマジン。
Does that remind anyone else of a certain Japanese pop song from 20 years ago? Bum, 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 bum.
Hi.
Does that awaken any memories in anyone?
The Japanese literally sounds like imagine a pom pom, but the English.
Yeah, because like Japanese is like onomatopoeia, like as a thing, like tokidoki, pom pom, paku paku. You know,
I believe is living muse.
全然違った。
具現化しますね。
Hi. So we're going to render this as an attack.
文字通りポンポン
Okay, so cast one.
むしり取られて上から落
Now
ち
the
るんですね
palm got loaded.
We see a whole bunch of Moogle pom-poms, probably torn off of some poor Moogle's head, pouring down onto your enemies.
Okay, so do you go to the wings next, or do you go to the next?
これによって、さっきのこのキャンバス見てほしいんですけど、描かれていた絵が具現化されたので
Dude, it's been so weird around here lately. It gets to like 9 a.m.
So
the
of
sun's
course,
still
if you
up.
look at the canvas, the white square, because we have rendered the motif into an
They say 9
attack,
a.m., 9 p.m.
canvas is now blank.
でこの生物
So you
の
can
絵
load
の
in the next thing.
まあ白紙に戻ったので次にまた生物の絵を描くんですけど、さっきもうポンポンの絵は描いたので
The wing
次は
new.
羽
So then you
の
need to load in the
絵が
wing.
描けるようになります。
So canvas is blank, but you can still continue to draw a creature motif. This time it will be the wing motif will become available.
描きますね。
So we shall create the motif.
Is there any... Doesn't seem like there's any time limit.
でキャンパスに描かれます。
And as you can see, it is now on our canvas.
でこれによって今度はここの羽が具現化できるようになってます。
They said art is done with blood,
So
sweat, and tears. They
now
never said
we
whose
can
blood, sweat,
render
and
the
tears.
wings as an attack.
で同じようにさっきポンポンを具現化したので羽を
Imagine
具
the sun
現化
still
し
being
ます。
up at night. Must you...
So these
Must
are
you poke
wings,
fun-
and so
such
we're going to
fun.
render the wing.
Such earned fun.
はい。これで、ポンポンと羽を描いたのでこれによって呼びましたかと。
It's interesting that it's like
With the
only
palm
Moogle is like the
and
only
the wings,
option.
You see a little Moogle up there.
Okay, so what's interesting is it looks like, based on this, I'm assuming that you can actually fire it early before it's fully
Right.
formed.
Yeah, someone
Or
is
a weaker
そう
cast.
それによってモーグリを召喚するっていうアクションがモーグリの絵が完成。モーグリ
Mowgli story.
を召喚するっていうアクションがモーグリの絵が完成したっていうイメージですね。モーグリが召喚できる。
With that, we can now render a full Moogle.
で呼びますねモーグリ。
Okay, so we're gonna call forth the Moogle.
おお。ちゃんとモーグリストームというレーザーをぶっ放してくれた。
And so
So that's interesting. Like, is there any really downside to downtime for a Pictomancer? Because downtime basically just gives you time to prep, right?
with the Moogle showing up, it's going to unleash its
Unless there's something I'm
Rock of all
missing.
ages. I love the English name.
Oh, interesting. So you fired the Moogle streamer with the Moogle atop it, but you keep these. So it's actually a mid-painting
描
attack.
けるので爪の絵を描きます。
Next, we will draw a picture of a claw.
Okay, interesting.
で爪を具現化します。
And then we're going to render this claw as an attack.
でさらに今度は牙が描けるようになったので牙の絵を
Then
描
you
き
need to
ます。
put them on.
So now, a set of fangs become
They still have
available,
30 seconds
so
before
we
you can do
will
the next.
depict that as our motif,
そしてさらに牙を具現化します。
and then render it as an attack.
します。
Oh, wait, what? Oh, 20 seconds before before it charges to the
and
third
render it
again.
as an
Okay.
attack.
Duh.
これによってすべての要素を具現化します。
And then render it as an attack.
これによってすべての要素が揃ったのでマディーンが
So now the canvas goes blank, and then there were symbols above the canvas, but we were able to fill the slots there. So we have yet another creature that was summoned, the Medine.
で
Dude, they have so many places that they can go with this job in the future.
And then we can render it as an attack for a very powerful strike.
これがですね この盾、一番左の生物の絵を
Okay, so my question is, can you weave, like, can you use hammer
So
while
that
you're
was,
also
in a
working? Like, can you
nutshell,
use all of
how
the different ones while
creature
you're working on them?
motifs kind of go through
Like,
its
can I fire
cycle.
off the sky right
吉田さん
away
ごめん
and
なさい
then work
一個
on?
英語の訳を訂正させてください。
はい
さっきのイマジンポンポンの、ターミノロジーが徳武が間違えてました。So I'm sorry, I made a mistake when I was mentioning the Imagine Pom Pom move. It is not Living Muse, it was Palm Muse.
いやでまあ絵を描く自体に
I'm thinking Limit Break 3, Penny. I think that's the only way.
そっち使って
Holy Flare Scorch Children, for example, seemingly last forever when you're out in the open world, but they expire after a while in the dungeon. Oh, okay. Interesting.
Okay, so now going on to the weapon motif.
ここですね、さっきピクト
Yeah, hey Sarah, welcome back.
で
Yeah, I'm going for probably at least another 50
Now we
minutes.
can use the hammer.
ハンマーが具を具現化します
I don't want to go too much longer than that. I mean, I'm already tired
こっち
myself,
で
but
三段コンボと
it's
して
been energizing to like talk with you guys and do
使え
this.
るようになるので
I also will be back on the game more. Like I've been playing sometimes late at night, but like if anybody wants to join me, I'm just like completing all the things I need to do on Elioaux. You can, join me whenever. I have a bunch of like backlog of stuff. I'm trying to get all the triple triad cards and stuff. I should be playing most days until Dawntrail launches, and then I'm also hoping to jump into producing videos again. But I'm trying not to push myself, and I need to obviously talk to. There's some people I need to talk to.
これね
I need to do Manorville weapons as well. Yeah.
で使いますインスタントなので無影称
Okay, but can you use the hammer and? Oh wait,
使えるんで
wait.
使います
Is there any melee component to it, or is it just
無影
range?
称
No, it's just range.
まあ
Okay.
使える
But that's
So
awesome.
With the weapon motif, this is more
Dude, Rogadin's using these spells are gonna look
like
hilarious.
a combo.
Oh, thank you,
without-
Tam. I'm gonna be really honest. Like, just well wishes. The well wishes have been very kind, and people reaching out has been very helpful. So thank you very
with a very
much.
short, if
The
not instant
bonker.
cast, your hammer combo, almost like a triple cast.
なので
Turns out human connection socialization
そろそろ
very helpful.
ボスが激しい攻撃してくるぞってなったら
Who would have thought?
具現化してそうそのアクション
CJ, good to go to have you. Which will be funnier, Ro using the spells or Hroth using
で
spells?
軽く切らさないみたいな
I'm gonna go with Ro. Here's my argument as to why. Hroth by nature are a little bit ridiculous. Hrothgal's using it could still look kind of cool and like cutesy or fun. Males using it, like at least they're like hunched over, they're like stocky, but their stature's not that. But Ro's like the burly, huge male Rogadins doing like these dainty little paint spins is like
こともできますよ
I think
So
male
the way
Ro
you
is gonna
use
look
the weapon
hilarious
motif
in the
would
best
be to
way.
have it on standby, kind of depicted in your canvas, and then once you're ready to go in and deal continuous damage, you can unleash your hammer combo so that you're continuously outputting damage.
で最後風景の絵はリキャストタイムがかなり長いです、これはパーティーバフ
Why can't they make Viper but it's a tank? Or Pictomancer but it's a tank? I mean, to be fair, no range tank would not work in any way in this game, but
So next is the landscape motif. This one has a longer casting time because it is also the depiction for your party buffs.
実行します
Okay, executing.
okay.
はいこのまあ別にもっと広い範囲に
Oh, and setting an appropriate spot. I like it.
攻撃にも転じられる
So of course, not only is it a buff, but you can also utilize it for attacks. The range is going to be.
It's true,
wider
Tam, that is
because
beat
it's going to be
comedy.
a party buff.
で、こちらをですね
depression with
展開
paint
中はですねさっきの説明した最初の魔法、まあ、無影称で使え
That's
たり
amazing light.
5キャストまで無影称で使えたりするのでここと組み合わせてバーストを無影称でするみたいな感じで開幕ローテーションとかバーストとか組んでいくことになります
And the buff that you can apply to the party will allow for your ether hue, the magics that we explained earlier with the different colors in the palette, to be cast without the longer cast time. So if you want to say going into a battle and starting off with like a damage burst.
I also like to point out we now actually for sure know what the battle music is. It is that like flamenco music. I don't even know if technically flamenco would be the definition, but but also we now know what the Arcopacha music sounds like, or at least the nighttime. It might be the city.
Beginning of a battle, that might be a way to place your buff there and start off your battle with optimal damage output.
まあ今までの本当キャスターどのタイプとも似てないので、まあ最初ちょっと慣れるまでかもしれない。
I love that the buff is a placed buff because that incentivizes you to better on know where would be a good place to place it and to set it up.
ちょっとだけ。
Picto can be screwed over by early powers. Sure, yeah. Yeah, they are susceptible to that.
So the Pictomancer is rather different from the other magic ranged DPS. So apologies, it's still getting used to how it moves around, but let me show you some examples of how a skill rotation might look like.
Charging that.
Oh, or you forgot.
Okay, it's painting, setting it up. Cast. If you're waiting for your charges, okay. The cool balance. You're painting and then paint. Okay. I like it. I think my only thing I don't like, which isn't even accurate, is that I hate that like the sky is just the sky and the hammer is like just the hammer. You know, like there isn't a bunch of options of the things you're painting. But honestly, that's small paintings. The Rainbow Connection, Lover of the Troops. Why don't we sing about songs about rainbows?
So at first glance, it might look like there's a lot of cast time involved, but you are kind of weaving it.
Yeah. I want to point out that's one of the reasons also that I don't even mind having that critique is because it's so easily a thing that could change over time and gives the job room that like
movements
it's not really critique.
As you are doing things. So once you get used to it, I think it might be a fun way to kind of maneuver around what you need to do next.
はい、だいたい今こんな感じでございます。もうね、そろそろ眠いぞっていう
At night in Japan.
方からは見えている。はい。
Yoshi P's tired.
まあいつもそうなんですけど、ちゃんと面白くなるように作ってるんですけど、どっちもめっちゃ面白いんで、ちょっと久々にメインジョブ変えてもいいかなって。
I wish I liked playing DPS more because these seem so exciting.
できてる。
But I either need to be leading the charge into the fray or I need to be in control of my compatriots' lives because there's something fundamentally broken in me.
So yeah, both jobs. Of course, with any job we introduce into an expansion, we try to make it as interesting as we can. But I think both
that'd be
of
funny
these
to
are pretty fun. So I'm hoping that perhaps we can tomorrow at the office at 10.
さあではジョブの紹介に
Alright, we haven't even done healers yet.
で、はい。平までやって軽くこうで、はい。ここで
I think they're about to take a break.
まあさっきキャスターでも
Level.
So cast, that's
素
the
早
same.
く移動する移動アクションが今回追加されております。
So as
Oh,
you
this is
may
just for
have
white
seen-
mage. I thought this was for.
まず、
Oh, wow, that's really the only
出
change.
てました
Okay.
が、前方に
Yes,
素
that makes
早
sense.
く移動する移動アクション。
Elioux is always on a power trip. You heard it here. Yeah. Well, it's not that I'm on a power trip. It's a deep desire for control because of a chaotic life. I need to be in control of my compatriots' lives. Elioux 2024. Like you're not. I said it. I need to be in control. Says the guy I had to shirk to on cooldown. It's not fun unless your party's life's hanging on a thread. Hear me out. Next expansion, we should be getting a tank and a physical ranged. Mirror City is on demand, so boomerang range DPS. Blitzball. There's always Blitzball. We'll always have
追加
Blitzball.
されております。
So as you may have seen in the job action video,
Pitch me the mechanics based on like soldier AC. I would be curious. I feel like the tank that comes to mind, top of head, is like a rune knight where you're like combining runes.
we are going to be adding a new action, allowing the caster to quickly move forward.
他
Is there any difference
他にも
between
です
that and
ね
Icarus?
次どうぞ。新速魔実行後に3回発動できる回復アクションっていうのも
And then the second point, with presence of mind, after executing that, there will be an AoE attack action that can be executed up to 3 times. So in addition to the different healing actions that will be added as the level cap is raised, there will be some action items that involve attacking also.
あとは他にはですね、テトラグラマトンの最大スタック数が増える特性が追加されてたりとか、まあもちろんこれ以外にも追加要素っていうのはありますけど、割とまっすぐアップデート。
Minor updates, there will be a trait that will be added that will allow for an increased stack numbers for Tetragrammaton. Of course, there are other updates there, but I think those are the major ones.
あなたのメイン
For main, is everything looking good?
はい。では次学者に参りましょう。
Next is our scholar.
Anybody else remember the Endwalker job action trailer when Scholar got Expedient? Or no, not Expedient. Fuck, I forget the name. But the speed up move, and everyone was laughing because all the jobs got like these amazing new powerful attacks, and Scholar just starts waddling.
動
Oh,
画で
that
も
was
ザ
so
ーザ
good.
ーしておりましたが、自身の姿を変えて回復効果を強化するアクション、セラフィズムを追加しております。
So I did see some people buzzing about this while we were playing the
I'm
video,
probably gonna
but,
take a break
there's
after
going to be
this.
a new action that will change.
I
the
probably will get back
caster's
on to play more if I don't fall asleep, but I need to get
called
dinner.
Seraphism.
まあこちらまだねジョブアクション動画公開しておりますので、動画ご覧になってない方は、その姿動画の方でも確認できますので確認してみてください。
And I'll also probably have to get my voice a rest, so I may
So
not be
yeah,
in
you will
voice.
be able to see this in the job action trailer that we have.
他にはですね、ます。
And then the second point reads a new AoE attack that can be executed after with dot, where it will do damage over time.
Oh!
And with this AoE attack after chain stratagem, is basically a dot where it will do damage over time.
They added the dot back.
確定の行わ
Update that we would be making is the scholar will obtain a trait that will allow for a reduced recast time for recitation and other various updates with the raised level cap.
はい。大丈夫です。
Man, this is really the tweaking expansion.
Moving along.
さて続いては
It makes me wonder if 8.0 will be like a massive shift for some because like people have gotten a little bit bored, or if it will continue to be like this basically until the game goes down. I wouldn't be surprised either way, frankly.
大きく手が入っております。
So Astrologian is next, and this one has had some changes that were applied.
まず一つ目、カードシステムからランダム性をなくしてですね、攻撃バフ、防御バフ、回復の効果を持つ
First point reads, the card system will no longer be random, and will instead simultaneously draw cards with offensive, defensive, and curative effects.
Makes it a lot less
クラウ
swingy.
ンロードとクラウンレディを含めると全部でカードね8種類あるんですが
I don't play Astrologian a lot, but I like
これらを
personally.
4種類
This
ずつ
would make me play it
2つのグルー
more.
プに分けて60秒ごとに1グループずつ順番かつ
We got any ass
4枚の
heat
カー
mains
ドを
here?
まとめてドロー
Or at least
できる
ass
よう
healer
に
mains?
なっております
They're probably concerned about encountering design raids primarily being impossible if they change too much. Oh, I totally agree. I think you're absolutely right. I had the same thought. Yeah, so they're keeping it relatively conservative. Everyone else. I think you're probably right. I also think that we'll see plenty of really interesting fights and designs in the trials and raids and stuff in themselves. So that will, because it's a symbiotic relationship, right? So I think you're definitely right.
So right now we have 8 total different types of cards, including Lord of Crowns and Lady of Crowns. And so with this update, we are going to divide these.
Carly, that's because you're fucking the astrology white girl cottagecore vibes made manifest in a human being. Well, and witchy vibes. Sorry, let me
cards into 2 different groups with 4 cards
call
each.
It correct.
And so every 60 seconds, you will be able to pull one pull from one group in order, one 4 cards. Sorry, we can. Sorry. We can do 1 group at a time. So 4 cards at the same time.
でただしなんですけど、カードの効果これまで、全部、4ダメージ上昇バフになってたんですが、その効果は一部のカードには残しましたが、それ以外を防御とか回復効果っていう風に効果内容を変えてですね、つまり60秒の間に、セットで引いたカードのうち4種類のカードを状況に合わせて、選択して使うという形になってます。
But that said, so all of the additional effects of these cards was an increased damage dealt enhancement or buff, but that is going to be now limited to certain cards, and then everything else in that set of 4 cards will either be offensive or curative. So every 60 seconds, you'll be able to draw a set of 4 cards. And then with those 4 cards, you'll pick out like which ones to use depending on your situation.
で、カードに個別の効果を持たせるようにしたので、アストロサイン
verbal hieroglyphics. Not to mention as one of the best spell animations. Earthly Stars Explosion is too pretty. Okay, agreed. Infinite.
So because
it's gorgeous.
Each individual cards now have their own effect, we are going to do away or discontinue the Astro signs.
It's been so long. Which one's Astrodyne?
4種類の、攻撃というかダメージ上昇を、防御とか回復効果っていうカードをパックにして4枚で
No, wait, is Astrodyne the really pretty one?
シチュエーションに応じてそのカードを、60秒の間で振り分けて使っていく
No, okay, no.
っていう感じになります。
I was worried for a second.
So just
wait,
to
didn't they add
recap,
Yeah.
So you'll draw a set of 4 cards, and included in that 4 cards would be
Let's survive for
something
one expansion.
Like, increased damage, and then defensive, and then curative effect. And within the next 60 seconds, before you draw another set of cards, you will utilize those 4 cards according to where they would be best utilized.
あとは他にもですね。
Trait that will increase the stack number for essential dignity. See, there were some major changes with the Astrologian, but we really wanted to focus in on the aspect of utilizing the cards in their appropriate situations. And there were feedback about how we can do away with the randomness of the cards that are being drawn, so we have removed that element of it.
The randomness was a cool thing that was cool also in the way that it could result in sweet expression and swings, but like honestly I think the health of the game and the more people are behooved by a consistent Astrologian than by the lucky Astrologian. I know there are going to be people who are sad though, I'm sure.
ひとまず触ってみるよというお声があるので、そうですね、ちょっとやっぱり触っていただくのがまずは一番いいのかなと思います。
And yeah, as people are already commenting that they're willing to try it out, I think it's best to kind of see for yourself to get some of the changes that we have made.
そうね、ランダム性、先生なんだから欲しいっていう方の声もまあもちろんわかるし、僕らも最初はそうだったんですけどね、すごかったんですよね、いらんっていう声も。
Because it's very unique to the Astrologian, be random. We do see people saying that, no, we would rather have the cards be random.
Yeah.
Because it's very unique to the Astrologian. But also, we do have a large amount of people objecting that sort of randomness as well.
We are not the same,
And
Grape, yeah.
some people comment about how maybe it's best that we revert it back to how we
And
had
yeah,
it
ain't that
in
true.
the beginning. So it's very
randomness
difficult.
is very hard
So
to
we're
balance
trying
for.
to figure this out on our end as well.
そこに応じてそのカードで、まあ
Focusing in on utilizing the 4 cards that you draw, depending on the situation most appropriate, and so that's the element of sort of play that we put in there. So I'm hoping that
Probably
people will try it
not,
out,
Sarah.
and if there is any sort
Of late,
feedback, it would be
especially
great.
with trusts and stuff. As far as I can tell, they've just kept the design the same because effectively there's no need to change it because it's not relevant to the character. It's just the incarnation of that character. There are multiple NPCs that use abilities that were once in the game for players that are no longer in it. So
Take to our forums to comment on your feedback.
たいと思います。まず一つ目、
Sage.
エウクラシアの強化対象にディスクラシア2を追加して、
Yep, that makes sense.
で範囲内の敵に、
I wonder if that AoE though is weaker than the single target one. Because that would make
継
sense.
続ダメージ、いわゆるドットを付与する、こちら新しいね、エウクラシア、ディスクラシアに変化するようになってます。
Because otherwise, why just not
So,
use the AoE
first point reads,
constantly?
Eucratia will now enhance Discratia 2 into Eucratia and Discratia, an AoE attack which deals damage over time to enemies within range.
そうね
Unless it's
確かに
like not a dot.
賢者の
Unless it's
アク
like
ション名は
placed.
そもそも吉田何言ってるかわからないよってなってしまう代表ではあるんですけど。
It feels like a foreign language or
Warrior
something.
doesn't tank.
And I know,
Warrior. I mean,
we're
to be
seeing
fair,
comments
Discrasia is what,
that
Greek?
It's very hard to understand.
あとはですね、自身が魔法を使用するたび、周囲の味方を回復するというパーティーバフなども追加。
I guess it is funny to be like good Krasia combined with bad Krasia
さ
equals
せており
yeah.
ます。
And then the second point reads, a new party buff which heals nearby party members whenever the caster casts a spell will be added.
I think one of the things that's nice about that is that it would also potentially promote reasons to
まあ
use
今まで
Icarus on
ドッ
allies.
トダメージは最初からそう言えってもう言われそうだけど。
So it's worded in the way that it's written in the PowerPoint, but basically, with the existing actions, we do have the Eucratia Dosis as our sort of single target dot. So now we're adding an AoE version of it.
まあ2つ目に今ご紹介したそのパーティーバフは範囲版のカルディアのようなイメージですけど、カルディアと違って常時ではなく一定効果。
So it's different than Cardia, but it's like Cardia.
する感じになってます。
And then, in terms of the party buff mentioned in the second bullet point, this is like a ranged version of Cardion, but that said, it's not on constantly, and will only be available for a certain period of time.
Fuck yeah. Just making Sage, but more of the stuff I love it for.
効果を
Selective use of like a timed Cardia that you can apply to your group when you know that a wide
And then,
AoE heal would be beneficial.
There
Oh,
is a trait
I love
that you'll
Sage.
acquire that will shorten the time to recast Soteria that will enhance the healing effects of Cardion. Okay.
要はお知らせして。
that's the job. Okay, guys. Which job, obviously remove Pictomancer and Viper, but which job do we feel like came away looking best? It's hard to say for sure because we know so little about them. Like, so little about, like, the details. I feel like Monk came away looking good. Sage. White Mage or Scholar. Monk. Scholar did have the fairy wings.
About the upcoming schedule.
See you, Sarah.
For the
Have a good one.
まず7点
Black Mage can lose Wayline, but counter argument, the new non-timed ice regen causes problems for a lot of people who play it at high level in weird ways.
The
7.1 で、まあどうしてもね 7.0 皆さんシナリオだレイドだジョブのアクションです。
0.0 scenario
Okay.
or leveling and dungeons and things like that. So it's going to be 7.1 when we start applying updates to the PvP actions as well as the existing maps.
なのでまあ 7.1 のタイミングでまたどんなアクションがねそれぞれのジョブについて
Okay, but this is good, right? Like, look amongst you guys, like, all you guys are saying mostly different things, which I think that's good. Like, in one way, no one got, like, the most love, but in the other way, like, there's lots of people who, like, are happy with the different bits and bobs.
たり調整どんな大きな調整が入っていくのかっていうのはまた別途
Dark did, yeah, I'm really interested. Dark is the one I'm most interested to see how it ends up in the final incarnation we see.
Announce the And so whenever we are ready to announce the details for the updates that we will be applying in 7.1, we will set up a separate time to go over those.
はいで、7.0 から 7.1 の期間
It's all terrible, you're wrong. I hate change. I'm gonna go yell at some Go touch on grass, old man.
階級クリスタルポイントはまあ変動すると。まあここをあらかじめお知らせしておこうと思います。
Okay, and then between
They really need to finally answer the question about when they're gonna put the old crystalline conflict stuff back
to
in.
7.1, the crystalline conflict ranked matches will be in pre-season. So there won't be an update to the rankings, but the tiers and crystal credit.
When we hit season 14 is the season that I'm gonna get like crystal. Like that's my goal. Like that's the one season that I want to get. Like when we get to season 14, because I want the 14, the like you know.
It will be affected by wins and losses.
はい。なので
Oh no,
また PVP
not the router, Tim.
別のタイミングがお知らせ。
Go through the details of the updates we'll be making to PvP, but for now, just wanted to let you all know this is the schedule that we're targeting as of now.
ちょっとだけいただける。 ですね、まあはいフィールがNPC がいるので。
With different content to our media and content creators, to fields, or having them look around the towns, maybe try their hand at.
I'm not jealous, you're jealous. I'm not jealous, you're
going
jealous.
into the instance.
言ってください。
Bakul Jaja. Okay, I called it. So Bakul Jaja is going to be the other sibling. Well, no, actually, because Bakul Jaja is actually a dual sibling, so it can't be the other sibling, because the other sibling was a single head that I saw. But then Koana, which we got one mention of him, and I was right, he was. Eorzean archives. Maps. What was it? What did I put it under? Did I put it under? Photos? Dawntrail photos. Geography maps. This guy. Although what's interesting is if you look at him, his hair is more white in here, but that may just be the lighting. Yeah, but so Bakul Jaja doesn't seem like he's the sibling.
今回ご紹介するのはバクジャジャというキャラクターとコーナというキャラクターになってます。
Yeah, Elio's esport
The two
training.
characters we wanted to talk about are Bakul Jaja and Koana.
まあ今回 ストーリーの中でそう王位継承レース、トラル大陸の王位継承レースにこう助力していく光の戦士が
I wonder if Bakul Jaja is the warmonger then, instead
と
of
い
the
う
other
話をしてますが、
Hmm.
今日ご紹介するこの2人は光の
He's a
戦
blessed
士である
sibling.
皆さんと
Blessed
別陣営
siblings.
の、継承ライバル
So they would typically be referred to as.
Right.
Okay.
So these two characters, of course, we had given an overview of how the Warrior of Light will be helping the race to the throne for the next king or leader of Toral. And so these two characters will not necessarily be moving around with the Warrior of Light, but they're rivals in
Des, you can't do
that
me like
race
that.
to the throne.
Yeah, these are two of the others. Well, that's interesting because Bakul Jaja is, and it's only supposed to be the siblings, right?
この爆
So maybe Bakul
ジャジャ
Jaja
の
is
方
one
は
of the
ですね
siblings.
現在トラル大陸を治めている
What's interesting to me about that, though, is that if he's the warmongering sibling, then who is this? I have questions.
いるグルージャジャと同じ頭が2つ相当の、マムージャ族になってます。
Yeah.
So Bakul
Yes, they have the same
Jaja
heads.
is just like the current
Gulul
ruler
Jaja.
of Toral, Gulul Jaja, who is a two-headed Mamulja.
まあ、王族ではないんですけどとある理由から、王位継承レースの一候補として参加することになってます。
And Bakul Jaja is not a royalty, so to speak, but they
Okay, so that
have their
explains
own
that.
reason to participate in the race to the throne.
そしてですね、ミコッテまあミコッテみたいな風
God damn
貌
it, Des.
まあミコッテなんですけど
He's not related to Gul Jaja. He's not royalty, but especially as especially if he's the warmonger, it makes a lot of sense because think about Manchmol Jaja. That's not how you say his name, but the Wondrous Palace Hard. The Mamulja in general, and especially the twin siblings, are basically born into a culture of you need to conquer in order to prove your worth.
呼び方がねやっぱ地方によってちょっと種族の呼び方違うんで、ミコッテ族とは呼ばれないんですけど、まあこちらも継承候補者の一人。
I don't think we've heard
There's
anything about her,
Juana.
Tam, as far as I
Of
know.
course, he
but I was
looks
out of
like a Mikote, but not necessarily called as such because of how the race is referred to in the land of Tyrol. But
Interesting. The Turalians have a different word for Mikote,
they
which
are
makes
also
sense.
part of the race.
But I'm certain that he's been studying in well, maybe not in Charlian, but he's definitely been spending time amongst the
To the throne.
non-natives.
They are also part of the race to the throne.
I'm gonna bet, yeah,
まあ
because they're one of
冒
the
険
siblings.
者である皆さんとも今ご紹介したバクージャジャともまたさらに別の陣営である目的のために、まあ、継承レースに参加していると。では彼らとの出会いというのをですねぜひちょっと楽しみにしておいてください。どうしてもねここメディアツアーで名前が出てきてしまうので、先んじて皆さんに、こういったキャラいますよ。
Okay, I forgot if I had made that up in my brain, Hydra. So if he did go to okay, yeah. See this, maybe I should replay 5.5 or 0.55. Demands, good to see, glad to have you.
Kwana is going to be traveling separately from both the Warrior of Light and Bakul Jaja's teams, but also participating in the race to the throne for his own reasons. So the story kind of has the Warrior of Light encounter
Welcome back.
these characters in the scenario. So their names are going to come up with the media kind of getting their first impressions on Dawntrail. So just wanted to provide our players with the information also.
ますが
So that was very the
こと
さあ
お知らせコーナーを
お知らせコーナーで
ビエルル氏
終わりです。
と付き合い。Portion of today's letter live
Other announcements. Fall Guys came back. We all know that. My first race back, I won. I almost have enough to get the shirt. I'm getting that shirt. And then I'm getting my Mountain Zoo.
はい、
Mountain Zoo.
次はですね、アメリカ限定なんですが、ファイナルファンタジー4レースで、トラズー。そうね、言いたかったんだろうな。
God, that's a very dumb pun.
で、ウェブサイト。
Again, if you're drinking Mountain Dew and you don't intend to use the code, all I would ask is either share it with me or someone else in the tea community. I crave the zoo.
されてる方
Less than movable jobs pronoun is weird because those are technically two different people. Pals hard, final boss, heads even talk to each other, yet constantly refer to the singular key. Yeah, so Infinite, they actually even talk about it in EE2 and a little bit in EE1. They are both treated as two beings and one being at the same time.
だと思うんですよ。
Do I have to drink the Mountain Dew to use the code?
ちょ
No.
っとめちゃくちゃ飲んでたよ。
Do the zoo.
It was really popular when Mountain Dew was available in Japan too, but it was really popular when Yoshida was elementary school-ish, maybe younger.
Yeah, Mountain Dew was... I think
people
he used to be
might
more
not be
popular.
as familiar with Mountain Dew, but in Japan too, there was like a fad where a lot of people were drinking Mountain Dew.
When I was in Tokyo in like 2015, there you could still find it in some places, but like as far as I understand, it's harder and harder to find.
So we've been partnering with different companies, not just in Japan, but now we're trying to also do these different partnerships with other regions as well. So this time,
I appreciate that they're doing an NA partnership. I think it will always be bad that there is a reward that can only be gotten in a region. Like, as much as I'm excited for the Mountain Zoo, I'm kind of frustrated for everyone in EU
it's
and Japan.
America, but we are also having plans for our
I don't know if the sparkling citrus refreshment is like a drinkable item or if it's like a confetti.
Europe region, the different countries within the European region also doing collaborative partnerships with outside companies. So I think this is one of the starting points of these different partnerships that you'll start seeing.
はい、ということで、
そうか、そこの
YouTube
Wait, I see KFC. Please tell me that's coming to the Americas.
KFC とファイナルファンタジー14のコラボが復活します。
Japan only.
So this is actually Japan only announcement, but the collaboration with KFC will return.
なので、なん
コラボセットでいたしデジタルで満たせば簡単という専用指を hungry 以上でございます。This is all はいということでご覧の
Okay, we got Yokai Watch continues until release. Dragon Quest is on the 5th. Moogle Treasure Troves, the second hunt for Genesis already started. Media tour began. We'll get it next time, guys. We'll get it. Okay, we're setting a goal. We're setting a goddamn goal. 8.0. Let's get the channel big enough that we get to go to media tour. Let's do it. Fall Guys collaboration. That's already Make It Rain. Dragon Quest. Letter for the producer. Okay, so there's another letter from the producer. And then that's about it. Guys, we're Dawntrail in 28 days. 27 days. So that my Butterfinger mount is on my original character. I know! But on the bright side, I think they'll probably bring the Butterfinger back someday. I wouldn't be surprised.
スケジュールですが、フォールガイズのスケジュールが追加されており
And exactly how it looks to you immediately afterwards. We'll probably get the emotes on the emote on the cash shop soon. Maybe. Maybe. I hope so. I hope so. Really, really badly. I hope so. Okay. So we're going to wrap it up in a bit here. I technically only have 10 minutes left, but I do want to do a couple things real quick. First off, I want to... history... Well, you know what? That's fine. We'll just do this for now. Or actually, you know, let's put Prelude FFXIV. It's weird that now this music, the beginning of this music, makes me think of my own channel more than it immediately does Final Fantasy. I mean, it does, obviously, Final Fantasy, but, like, because it's the opening. We did get the pizza one recently, yeah. Yeah, but see, the EU-only promotion. Yeah. Well, they introduced both Mountain Dew collabs and exactly how it looks from EU immediately afterwards. Okay, good. I have Video Game Void right now, and I'm struggling so hard to fill it till Dawntrail drops. I wish I have the opposite problem. I've got too much stuff going on. I got so much to catch up on. Okay, let's look at the official site. See if there's anything that is worth... come on. Tural, jobs. Well, let's see if there's any lore. Gameplay, systems. Products, well, I've already bought the products. World, jobs, gameplay, systems, media. This is all the stuff from the fan fests. Nothing new there. The full Shalloani. They fucked with us. Remember how this said secret up here and now there's nothing? I personally think there used to be something here. There maybe was the Solution 9 or something and it was removed, but maybe they were just fucking with us. Kozumaoka. So you can see the two different layers. So you can see up here and down here. You've got Hydaelyn. You don't really have the burn, not literally a burn, but the separating section in the Hydaelyn concept art. Urkopacha, you got the mountains, you got the cities, you got the ruins up here, you got the craters, you got the Elioaux, Solution 9, Elioaux again. This is the Kozumaoka dungeon. This is the Urkopacha dungeon. This is, we don't know for sure, but could be the Shalloani or Solution 9, probably the Solution 9 dungeon. The possibility is that this is a protective ring around Heritage Found, which would make this the Shalloani dungeon, but it's also just possible that, seeing as it's all this future stuff, that it is the Heritage Found dungeon. This could very well be the same dungeon as this, which means that they're one and the same, or this could be the Heritage Found dungeon itself. Yeah. That's the dungeon arts for sure. And then this is Heritage Found. Here's another image of it. It was actually big Elioaux in the sky this whole time. He just disappeared. Yeah, here, look. We'll pull up the secrets. Maps. Shalloani. So. I just don't buy that they were just trolling us. I just don't buy it. I think there was definitely something there before. But also, I could totally imagine. But also, it's Yoshi P, so he totally could have been trolling us, and that's because that motherfucker. Okay, new jobs, Viper. Let's see, any lore? Among the myriad beasts of Tural, a select few awaken to preternatural power, becoming what are known as Tural Vidral. I wonder if that's. I wonder if it sounds similar to. Someone help me. The beings of the Othard. Yeah, I can turn down Prelude. Here, let me. Auspices, thank you guys. To overcome the threat of these almighty beings, hunters studied one of nature's deadliest predators, one capable of overcoming foes greater even than themselves, the Viper. They are swift and agile with dual blades like fangs to bite, or combine into a single weapon. To weave about the battlefield, named for their serpent, and that inspired their fighting style, the Vipers of Tural remain steadfast in their duty to defend the people. Interesting. Few awaken... Tural. Select among the myriad beasts of Tural, a select few awaken to preternatural power, becoming what are known as Tural Vidral. So vipers are meant to stand against them. Interesting. Though the 5th astral era is most famously associated with the War of the Magi, a wealth of lesser-known legend were forged in that bygone age. Among them is the tale of the Archon realm, an itinerant artist and mage who relinquished her traditional staff for a magic brush. With it, she would render an abstract image to life, establishing an entirely new school of magic. In so doing, masters of this arcane discipline follow in the Archon's footsteps, wielding vibrant hues of aether to invoke all manner of fantastical beasts. Weapons and landscapes from their mind's eye, for the source of the Pictomancer's power lie not in their artistic skill, but the richness of their imagination, with which they strive to paint a brighter future. Interesting. So she discovered that art before the founding of Sharlayan, not after it. Because it was during the 5th astral. The kaiju. I was thinking the kaiju too, Tam, yeah. But the purple corruption crystal. Alternatively, it could be a more naturalistic phenomenon. It's the creation of things like Valley Garmanda. Echoes of Vana'diel. Still interested to see how they pull off that. Ventures back into an altogether different world, Vana'diel. With challenges await in the new alliance raid crossover of Final Fantasy XI. So it looks like we are going to Vana'diel. Like, I mean, based off of that, an altogether different world, it looks like they're establishing that 11 exists in the same, like, that it is a connected universe, which kind of works with, like, the Sea of Stars. I've been hoping against hope that they were going to treat them all as interconnected, but especially with kind of how the interdimensional rift functions, like, they can kind of just make up whatever they can say. It's not connected. They can say that it's 14's version of 11 within 11's connected multiverse, but it's not actually 11's 11, you know? I don't know how to do it, but I mean, it's hard now too, though, because also with the near raids, they basically treated those as non-canon, thanks to E3. Yeah, I don't know what's up with. Yeah, it's just a giant gladiator arcade. Here at the Arcadion, you'll find a grand spectacle unlike any other. The realm's greatest fighters pit against fist against fist and magic against magic, putting their lives on the line as crowds howl and clamor, each clash more visceral than the last. Step into the arena if you dare, and either rise to become a champion or fall forever in ignominy. Like a river, the future winds in boundless ways. A single ripple may alter the course of its flow. As one ripple leads to another, myriad are the possibilities. So it is in this land, once blighted by the flood of light, where the resistance of many gave way to a morrow blessed by the night sky. If similarly the future wrought by two young women were but one of countless possibilities, what other forms could their morrow have taken? Fascinated by such visions, the minstrel's wandering weaves a ballad of futures rewritten. Exciting. Nothing really in the dungeons. Yeah, so that's Urkopacha dungeon. That's the this is the Kozumauka. This is the Yoctael, or maybe this is the Yoctael one. Cosmic exploration, new field operations. Even the most dauntless of sailors would sooner abandon their ship than steer into Shade's Triangle. Be not fooled by the lush and fertile island you spy on the horizon. Men and vessels alike have been lost to its allure, never to be seen again. Yes, the wisest choice is dismiss it as mere illusion, but of course, there are inevitably those who cannot resist the call of adventure. I want to point out that this is kind of like Eureka 2.0 in some ways. Obtaining the wildest features of Fiend, the Beastmasters have unparalleled affinity with their charges. Work continues apace to bring their new limited job into the game. Yeah, but it won't be out for 7.0. Systems. Female Hrothgar. We're all excited for that. First graphical update. Original. Give me dual die channels. Hrothgirl. Look, I'm not gonna lie. Hrothgirl's looking pretty fucking great. benchmark. Bench. No, not a Realm Reborn benchmark. This should be it, right? Let's find out. Okay, guys, should we do a benchmark test? Speaking of Hroth, just as you said, Hroth walked up to me in the game and petted me. Ain't that how it be? How could Realm be an Archon when she wasn't a Mikote? Oh, look at that. Look at our boy ready to go. And he's gonna even look better in 2 days. Oop. No frame rate cap whatsoever. We'll find out. Let's see if it tanks the stream. You guys will have to let me know. Looking pretty good. Yeah, I'm running the stream and also my game is open at the same time, so my score is going to probably be ass, but... Have a good one, Deathberry. Thanks for joining in all this time. Elioaux Viperant. Yeah. But honestly, I just want to see how... Thanks to this benchmark, I was able to test it. I was testing my graphics card, and it turns out I unwittingly had set up my... I had like put a limiter basically on my graphics card, and this helped me to realize it, and I fixed it, and my score went up dramatically. Oh, I didn't even notice, Danny. That's cool. Oh, okay. Also, friendly reminder, do not take any story implications from the benchmarks. The benchmarks are never, like, there's nothing to take away from, like, story or placement or characters being at a certain place or locale. In fact, I would actively use it as a reason to assume that that's not the case. Oh yeah, this is definitely a mid-done. Yes. Yes. That is probably a super fate. Yes. It's almost super fate. Like a map boss. Yeah. Dude, and also the fact that the Dawntrail theme has like 4 leitmotifs in it that it's using. Oh. Ah, look at the Pelu Pelu. Oh, eyes look so much better. That's one of the reasons I like the music in Undertale, Tam, yeah. This music right here reminds me of Final Fantasy X battle themes. Like battling on the airship and stuff. Totally, Tam. Like, there's no way we're fighting Gulul Jaja on the top of this. He's gonna be in the throne room. If any, we're fighting anyone. If it's not Valley Garmonda, like I think Levi was saying, I'm sorry if I got it wrong who was saying it, we'd be fighting Gulul Jaja guy. Actually, for all the shit going on in the background right now, the fact that I scored that high is pretty... Whoops. Didn't mean to close it out like that. Okay. Oh, it's Cafe. Let me send a friend request. Awesome. Okay. I gotta go. I gotta probably head out. I promised I'd also like quiet down by around 8. Elioaux is hi. Who gave him this stuff? Hi, green. Okay. Thank you guys all for this. I'm gonna be trying to ease back in. No promises for like any content anytime soon, but I'm gonna try to do book club tentatively next Friday. If people are down, you can sign up on the Discord. And I will be playing the game a lot. I may not be super chatty on the Discord just because like. I get caught up in texting and I don't get anything done, but I'm definitely gonna be. I will definitely be around and definitely come say hi. Obviously, we're always recruiting the FC if you want to join us. We're over on Crystal Curl, and if definitely want to do any content, we got plenty of people who are playing around. I think we had a lot of people playing during the stream. I want a big thank you to V and Ray Ray. Thank you so much for helping out. Big thanks to everyone who supported our work through Patreon, YouTube memberships, or Super Chats. I know, especially those of you who have supported through Patreon, I have not been putting on any content recently, so yeah, I haven't even exactly filled my part of the bit deal, but bedtime for me. Oh my god, Tracy, you're still up? Go to bed! Later, daters, I only got you near the end. No worries, Demins. Thanks for catching us. Night, Elioux. Glad to have you back. Good to be back, Ryan. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your evenings, and I will see you guys around, hopefully, day by day. Yeah, and at the very worst, I'll see you all in Dawntrail. Definitely make sure to hang out. Cheers, everybody. Oh, wait. Oh no, he's asleep. I'm sorry, I forgot to get the boy. I'm sorry. I'll remember to get Deadpool next stream. But he says hi to you all. In the meantime, I have Torgal. Torgal to say hi to you. Okay, but cheers, guys. Have a good night.